Robert Moore has his doctorate in philosophy, and he's a Jungian analyst and a professor of psychology and religion at the Chicago Theological Seminary. He has written many books, and this little list here on this is incomplete, and in fact it's even more incomplete as of in about a week or two, because the last of the series that he's been working on, called The Lover, will be out, if it's not out at this present moment. We're not able to obtain it for our time here, but it is available. And so you will notice the books back there that he has written. He lectures extensively in different parts of this whole globe. And we called him and said, "Robert, we need you to be with us now, this time." And he very graciously arranged his schedule so that he was able to be here.
Well, greetings to you. It is a great privilege to be with the Journey into Wholeness group again. When Jim told me last night, I was saying, "Jim, when was that we did that St. Simon's Island event?" 1986. It's a good thing I was sitting down. I didn't see how it could possibly be that many years ago. But I knew at that time that Jim and Annette were going to have a very significant ministry through Journey into Wholeness, and I was one of the persons that said to them, "This is so important, you need to do this around as widely as possible, because so many people need to have the experience which you serve as ritual leaders in providing." And I always knew that they would be able to do that, and the incredible achievement that all of you, together with Jim and Annette and Robert Johnson, have been able to bring off during the intervening years is given me great joy to see the leadership that you've provided, particularly in this area of interface between spirituality and Jungian psychology. It's exciting to me what you've already achieved in Journey into Wholeness, and it's also exciting to me what the future holds for you and for this group of people as it enlarges and grows in its work through the world. Now that's what I want to talk about in my time with you. I want us to be thinking together about the future. The future is a funny thing. It unfolds in ways that you don't expect. When I first spoke to this group back in '86, the first thing I ever presented there was the beginning of my work on masculine psychology and the deep structures of the male self. And I had no idea at that time that would lead to a series of 5 books on masculine psychology. And as Jim said, this is sort of synchronistic that I'm here with you right now as the final volume, The Lover Within, is coming out. So I feel that I've come full circle. But it's amazing the way time unfolds and has mysteries and surprises for us. Now, let me just say a little bit about what I would like us to do together in my time with you. Now, Jungian psychology in relationship to spirituality, as you know, is a long-time love of mine. And it touches on so many things. That's why that we'll never run out of interesting topics for Journey into Wholeness. But one of the things that it touches very, very deeply on is the whole idea of the relationship between personal transformation and social and world transformation. And so what I wanted us to do during my time is to think together about ways in which we can understand the fantasies, the imagination of world changes in relationship to the individual psyche and personal transformation, to get a handle or some handles on understanding how what I like to call the plumbing of the collective unconscious is related to so much of our ways of experiencing and fantasizing about the events in the outer world, both past, present, and future. And then to think about not only what therapeutic, but what pastoral, we might say, political, ethical, leadership challenges we may understand if we understand the psychological dynamics that are going on in us as we look at what's happening in our world. Now, that's a big order, but, Journey into Wholeness people often take on big topics. And so I think that you won't be too disturbed with me if we get into this and sort of wait around. Now, you've seen in your program that I'm going to divide my presenting into three different foci, three different concentrations. This morning, I want us to think together about these apocalyptic fantasies, the end-of-the-world fantasies, the idea of a apocalypse, a gathering storm, a crisis that's approaching that is so powerful in people's fantasies today, and also which has frightening parallels and actual facts that we're facing in our world. And I want us to look not only at the history of these fantasies of world transformation, but look at the next 10 years, which are going to be dominated by a lot of this kind of end-of-the-world fantasies. It's not going to be just your fundamentalist Christians around you who are going to be stirring up the idea that the end is here. People from all over the place are going to be stirring this up, and already are. And so I want us to get a little feeling, get our fingers into the rich thicket of these fantasies and what's going on in the human mind on this planet in the next 10 years, because you and I are going to live through this, I hope. Right? I hope we are. Now, tonight, and I'm going to give you some questions to deepen for your discussion, to deepen our discussions together this morning in your small groups, because I'm just going to kick off a few of the things. You're going to have a lot of ideas and information and associations to what we talk about this morning that you can share in your small groups. Tonight, I will lay out for you some of the mythic structures that Mircea Eliade and other students of myth have pointed out as underlying a lot of our ways of thinking now. And I'm going to describe the way I think this relates to the structures of the collective unconscious. And I'm going to give you a little map that I have developed in my own research. Since I was with you in 1986, I have done a lot of research and a lot of thinking about psychological geography, inner geography. And I want to give you the map that I have come to that I believe is a helpful map to think about the locations in the psyche where a person is standing when they're thinking in certain ways. And I think it'll help you understand the way in which the collective unconscious is related to myth and this longing for a new world order that they call it today. And so we're going to look at myth and collective unconscious as ways of understanding the fantasies that we will talk about this morning. And then in my address tomorrow morning, I'm going to be putting on another hat besides a psychoanalyst hat. And because I am indeed a psychoanalyst, and I do a lot of psychoanalytic psychotherapy and psychoanalysis, but I'm also a human being on a very troubled planet, and we all, at the deepest level as human beings, have moral and spiritual public leadership responsibilities. So I would like us, because we are gathered here not simply as people that want to navel gaze, we are here as persons who take spirituality seriously and what it means for the world seriously. So I want us to think together about, if you understand the things we talk about together and you get a handle on this, then what does this mean for our churches? What does this mean for our leadership in our churches? What does it mean for our leadership in our communities? What does it mean if I'm living in a beautiful mountain retreat in Tennessee or North Carolina or some other wonderful, beautiful place in the Southeast? What do I have to do with this world transformation that's going on? And how can I impact it? Can I have an impact? Or am I simply in a safe retreat, going to be a spectator? So that's the kind of thing we'll look at. I will try to get practical tomorrow morning. So if that's okay with you, that's the way we'll proceed. Okay? Let me say something about my choice of a title. Those of you who are students of history probably recognize in this title, The Gathering Storm, our preoccupation with apocalyptic fantasies as we approach the 21st century. You probably hear a little bit of Winston Churchill in that. And that was purposeful. Ooh. That was purposeful. Not that. I think our little friends are present here. Winston Churchill and Carl Jung experienced interesting parallels in the 1930s in terms of their reflections about what was coming in their world. Both men were very unusual in their time. Both men had a keen eye for large cultural, religious, spiritual, political changes. Both men were what we students of history often say, these were very large men. These were men of great size intellectually. And they shared a common trait. They shared many. But among the common traits they shared were a great courage, a great intellectual courage. And this great intellectual courage enabled them to look at things that other people would not look at in their time. Now, what were some of those things that both of these men noticed in the 1930s, in the early 1930s, that other people did not notice? Well, both of them, from their different social locations, were looking very, very closely and carefully at world events. And both men were analyzing the patterns of events that were occurring in their world, and both men were trying to say to everyone who would listen, look, there is a gathering storm. There is a gathering storm of incredible magnitude coming in the world. Churchill, from his location as a out-of-favor politician in England, and Carl Jung from his location as in some ways out of favor psychiatrist in Switzerland. Both men were picking up that powerful forces were shaping up in the world and were likely to unleash upon the world a radical crisis of changes. Now, looking back at history, one can miss how courageous these men were at that time and how brilliant they were in analysis of large patterns and getting, we say today often in corporate circles, getting ahead of the curve. What that means is getting away from putting out fires, and looking at the big picture. And both of these men were looking, and they noticed that great forces of destructiveness were constellating, we Jungians would say. They were beginning to organize and to become discernible in recognizable patterns, and that if the world did not come to great consciousness about the threats they were facing, then these great negative, these great demonic even events would be breaking upon the world and would have enormous devastating consequences for Europe and the rest of the world. Of course, nobody much believed them at the time, but both of them were seeing the beginnings of an archetypal possession in Germany in the early 30s. And they were seeing the way in which the leadership, both intellectual and spiritual and political, of the world was in massive denial about these things. There was massive denial among all of these leaders with regard to the size of the threats, the nature of the threats, and the possibility of any actions which might change the way in which the future unfolded. You've all studied your modern history, and so you know that for the most part, neither one of these men were listened to very much, and the Nazi Party, which might have been stopped in its early days with some concerted action, was actually fed by a lot of the powers that be, and the leadership did not understand anything about archetypal inflations or archetypal possessions, the way in which whole cultures can become dominated by the unconscious and act out. And so since they did not understand this, they were very vulnerable to becoming its victims. And so shortly thereafter, the entire world was caught up in a conflagration that no one knew how to deal with. And it is horrifying. I don't know. I've done a lot of study of history of this period because I think that it carries great lessons for us in our time. And lessons which, unfortunately, we still have not learned. And it's very interesting to me that neither the wisdom of a Churchill nor the wisdom of a Jung has really gotten very far in reaching our leadership today. And so we have, again, a situation in our time in which the leadership does not turn to the resources of Jungian thought to look at the gathering storm which we face today. So that is the context which brought me to want to speak to you on this topic. I speak to you on this topic not because I had to find a topic right quick to come in here at work, but because I think about this a lot. This preoccupies my mind and my heart a lot. And when I'm not in my consulting room working, I work with people around these themes a lot. So let me just take us back into into some of the historical fantasies that preceded our time and get a little sense about the way in which the human mind has a kind of an archetypal itch in this area. And we got to be aware. We're here in the southeast of the United States. We're here in what folks in other parts of the country like to say, this is the Bible Belt. They say that sort of pejoratively toward us, the Southerners. But and so when you live in the southeastern part of the United States, it would be easy to get the idea that the only people that are preoccupied with apocalyptic fantasies are fundamentalist Christians. And one of the things that I want to do right here at the outset is to say, nope. This is something we Jungian types have got to become very clear about and help people understand, that it is not just fundamentalist Christians that get into this fantasy of the once and future paradise. The great crisis which will come, which will wipe away the old order of evil and will bring about the new order of peace and justice and shalom. So one of the things that I want to do with you right now is for you to be patient with me while I go over with you some of the other fantasies besides fundamentalist Christian fantasies that relate to this theme. So you can see that just as Carl Jung said, these kinds of fantasies are worldwide. They are human fantasies. They're not just Jerry Falwell fantasies. They're not just Jimmy Swaggart fantasies. These are fantasies that are human fantasies. So what we want to say is that prophets in every human spiritual tradition have really talked about this great cosmic world renewal. And this is what scholars talk about this as studies in eschatology. That's the $150 word for the last things, the studies of the end, the visions of the end. And it's fascinating if you are a good Jungian and you study this comparative mythology, you notice that the underlying structure of the messages of these different traditions is remarkably constant. First of all, there is a diagnosis of a moral and spiritual decline in the human experience. And this moral and spiritual decline is described in great detail, graphic detail. And there is assumption in these mythic accounts that this decline will eventually culminate in a radical catharsis. And that this catharsis will have cataclysmic dimensions. And out of the ashes of this cataclysmic decline and the catharsis will come the seeds. We might say the golden egg will still be there. And there will be the seed of this restored age of peace, of justice, and that shalom, or the new age, or this is a George Bushism, the new world order will emerge. Anytime you hear that new world order talk, you read it in the papers, that's mythic talk. And I'm sure that you Jungians, as I did during the recent war in the Mideast, had your ear cocked for all that mythic talk between Saddam Hussein and George Bush. Because if you had a Jungian ear and you were listening to that rhetoric from both sides, mother of all battles is coming, the great Satan is coming with his forces, but we shall defeat it here on the plain of, And you were listening to that and you said, wow, this stuff is, these people are caught in something. And indeed they were. And one of the things that in your discussion group this afternoon, I want you to think about that Mideast war a little bit. And among other things. But see, what I would suggest to you is that right there in that Mideast war, we had an example of a kind of an archetypal possession and acting out on the part of both sides. So you saw it acted out before your eyes, and if you were doing your Jungian homework, you probably picked up, boy, this sounds archetypal to me. Recent study of that Middle East war, they were noticing that the American generals tended to radically overestimate the forces of the enemy. Isn't that interesting? Well, of course, if you're fighting the great Satan, you know that he has great power. Now, another thing which you know, those of you that are familiar with my work know that I would be interested in, is that in these myths, there is this discussion of this universal renewal which will be coming, and there will be the enthronement of a royal couple. That often in the myths, and I'll go into this more later this morning, in the myths, there will be a great struggle in which the true king has been away and the true queen has been oppressed. And when the true king returns, liberation occurs, and justice for the feminine and children is established. And so don't let me forget to come back to that, because I want to give you a reference on a text which lays out a lot of this stuff in comparative myth. But let me go through a few more examples of these things in history. The ancient Iranians, for example, believed in an ultimate confrontation with good and evil, between good and evil. And for them, the last of the spiritual descendants of Zoroaster, or some people said Zarathustra, would come back again. And this last representative of the great prophet Zoroaster would appear, and that person would raise the dead. And that person would rehabilitate human beings and nature. Now, the name of this one who was to come was Sayoshant. Sayoshant. And so they were expecting the one, you ever read that Mowinkle history of the Old Testament, you know? The one who is to come. The one who is to come for the Zoroastrians was Sayoshant, and he would come back in this critical time and bring about the final struggle and the establishment of justice. Now, the Greeks and Romans had these fantasies and their eschatologies. There was a 5th century Roman writer by the name of Nemesius, and he described in one of his texts a belief that reflects what we're talking about. And this is to quote him. The Stoics say that the planets will be restored to the same zodiacal sign, both in longitude and latitude, that they had in the beginning. They'll be restored to the place where they were in the beginning when the cosmos was first put together. In stated periods of time, a conflagration and destruction of things will be accomplished. And once more there will be a reconstitution of the world, the cosmos, as it was in the very beginning. Now, when that occurs, the stars will move in the same way as they moved before. Even the stars will be renewed. You got to think about that. We'll be coming into Advent before long. You know, Christians know about this idea about the stars being clued in on things, right? Okay. And everything which occurred in the previous golden age will, without variation, in other words, perfectly, will, without variation, be brought to pass again. That sound familiar? Eden will be restored, in effect. Virgil, the great philosopher, in his Messianic Eclogue, presented a conception of the future repetition of the Golden Age. For Virgil, this would follow upon a world destruction. And he believed that very shortly after his life, the time would be at hand, the world would tremble, the islands and the lands would shake, and the new age would be coming to birth. So there's your Greeks. Moving up in the world, the Norsemen, the Teutonic Norsemen, they too said the renewal of the world would come only after a great destruction. According to their legends, they called this the Ragnarok, the doom of the gods. This doom of the gods, according to the myths of the Norsemen, would be preceded by a period of anarchy, in which in the New York Times you will read that human beings are performing every kind of foul crime. There will be shattered earth in earthquakes. The gods will be proclaimed to be dead. The earth will be engulfed in flames, and all humankind will be destroyed. So there's the Norse fantasy. The Celts had very similar myths of the world's devastation by water and fire before its renewal. And that in its renewal, there will be great leaders who will come and will establish this world of peace and justice. The Muslims. Now, this is an important one for us today. There's so much ignorance of Islam. We have to understand that there's a reason that in America today, probably the fastest growing religion is Islam. And Jungians ought to be among the persons who understand what is going on in the appeal of Islam. And one of the things that no one ever says is that underlying the powerful appeal of Islam in the cities today is this kind of mythic imagery. Remind me when we discuss later, and I'll elaborate that more. But among the Muslims, they look toward the day of doom, they call it. And there are many chapters, surahs, chapters in the Quran that talk about this. Here's one. On that day when the trumpet is blown with a single blast, the earth and mountains are lifted up and crushed with a single blow. Then on that day the terror shall come to pass, and heaven will be split. And on that day you will be exposed. Not one secret of yours will be concealed. Now that is apocalypse. The word apocalypse means the unveiling, the revealing. All that has been secret up to now will be revealed. We Jungians would say, your shadow will be coming into the light. There won't be any shadow that's not seen clearly in that time. Then the Muslims say the companions, get this phrase, the companions of the right, not the right wing, but the morally right, the spiritually right. They would say the spiritually pure, those who are real servants of Allah. They will be brought close to the throne of God in the garden of delight. Read that, the restored Eden. They will be given a recompense for that for which they labored, and they will hear no idle talk. There will be no cause of sin, but there will be the chanting of peace, peace, salam, salam. Now, one of the most powerful sects of Islam today, you and I know as the Shiites, right? I mean, if you come to Chicago and you visit me, and you go down to the merchandise mart and you get there and it's bombed, it will likely be by a Shiite. And we have to understand that in our time, when you go to big cities now, and you go to big banks or public buildings, you're increasingly in danger of being caught up in an apocalyptic fantasy. The World Trade Center in New York was not bombed by modern secularists. You need to understand that the bombing of the World Trade Center came out of this fantasy that we're talking about. You get what I'm saying? These were messianic, apocalyptic warriors who brought those bombs into the Trade Center. Okay. The Shia sect looks toward the arrival not of Sayoshant, but of the Mahdi. The Mahdi. The Mahdi is coming. The Mahdi is coming, and the Mahdi will reappear in the last days of earth. The Mahdi will be the last prophet and the divine revelation, and many of them believe that this comes at the close of the 20th century. The Hindus were not to be left out. In the Mahabharata, you find apocalyptic passages which are without any negative comparison to the Jewish, Christian, or Islamic literature. They call the present age the Kali Yuga, the age of destruction. And this is the way that they describe the end of the old evil age that they associate with our time. And when men will begin to slay one another and become wicked and fierce, and when they have no respect for animal life, then will the Kali Yuga come to an end. And even the foremost of the upper classes will be afflicted by robbers, and they will, like crows, fly in terror. And they will run, and they will seek refuge in rivers and in mountains and in inaccessible regions. But they will always be oppressed by bad rulers with burdens of taxes. And the foremost of these upper classes will, in those terrible times, take leave of their senses, and they will do improper acts. And the low will become high, and in the course of things, everything will shift. And renouncing the gods, men will worship bones and relics and other idols. And these will all take place at the end of the age. And know that these are the signs of the ends of the yuga, of the age. And when men become fierce and destitute of virtue and become carnivorous and addicted to intoxicating drinks, then does the Kali Yuga come to an end. And flowers will be begot within flowers and fruits within fruits. Then the Yuga will come to an end. It's a reference there to what we would call today monsters. That is, there will be forms that are emerging in plants that will be obviously monstrous forms. The course of the winds will be confused and agitated, and meteors will flash through the sky, foreboding evil. The sun will appear with others of the same kind. All around there will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations. Fires will blaze on all sides. There will be frightful and dissonant cries, all kinds of frightful and heart-rending cries. And after the Kali Yuga, the Krita Yuga, the New Age will come. One of my favorites in this mythology, in this comparative mythology, and many of you probably studied it, is Tibetan Buddhist mythology. You know, I'm often, when I'm talking about this stuff to groups of folks, and I talk about the true king who's going to come and liberate, and this restoration of the city of God, the true city, the city of justice and peace, they say, well, but the Buddhists don't believe that. And I have to say, you've been reading only one sect of Buddhism. If you broaden your understanding of Buddhism, you'll find that the Buddhists have this out there enormously developed. You see it particularly clearly in Tibetan tradition. What do Tibetan Buddhists say? Well, it seems that we are now living at the end of a 26,000-year period of evil. We are right at the end of a 26,000-year period of evil and darkness. As this age comes to an end, there will be a series of global catastrophes. And these will be accompanied by widespread political strife. This will initiate an age of purification and a new era of spirituality and spiritual light. In the Shambhala tradition of Tibet, which if you haven't had a chance to study, it's one of the most fascinating. It's the tradition that the Dalai Lama and his people really expressed. If you ever get a chance to go see some of their monks do the sand paintings of Shambhala, they will do a sand painting of the holy city of Shambhala right before your eyes in colored sands. And right now they're going all over the world doing that. See, you need to think, well, now why are these Tibetan monks going all over the world doing these sand paintings of the holy city in Chicago, San Francisco, Bombay, all these places? Why are they doing that? See, that's part of the fantasy. See? Anyway, in the Shambhala tradition, there's this mystical kingdom. And this kingdom is hidden behind the snow peaks somewhere on earth. And in that mystical kingdom, a line of enlightened kings is guarding the innermost teachings for the coming time when the truth in the world outside has been lost because of the reign of evil. And war and greed has destroyed what truth was left outside this place. And then at the very end of the age, the Wheel King. You Jungians will immediately say, Mandala King. The Mandala King. The Wheel King will come. And this great Wheel King, this Chakravartin, this king of Shambhala will come, and he will come with his allies. And he will come so strongly that he will defeat the forces of evil, and the golden age will be brought in. And will he have to use force to do this? Well, kinds of force, because the Wheel King is enormously powerful, but you have to get a feeling about the way the Buddhists feel about this king. And if you live in the Bible Belt, listen to this now. This king is so wonderful. He is so wonderful that if you look over from 2 worlds away and you catch one glimpse of him, he is so wonderful that if you look from 2 worlds away and you catch a glimpse of him, everything that is wrong with you will be healed. one glimpse. Now, does that sound familiar? Preach, boy, preach. He's so wonderful. You heard that on any of these gospel stations down in the southeast? Okay. So this has been, of course, and we get back to the Christians before we get off of this. This has been so consistent in the Judeo-Christian tradition. The Hebrew prophets consistently talked of this fantasy. Following a great cosmic catastrophe, one that would rout both the heathens and would purify the children of Israel, the righteous would come once again to the land of their forefathers and foremothers, and God would dwell amongst them. Deserts would bloom. The moon would shine brightly, and the sun's radiance would increase sevenfold. Now, you got to remember, we're in the world of myth here. When something increases sevenfold, we've got to take note of that. Not 4 times or 6 times, but sevenfold. And there will be abundance of every kind of food. Disease and sorrow will vanish. People will live in joy and in peace. And it was about the time of the decline of Israel in the 8th century B.C. that the Hebrews began to teach that the restoration of the world, the restoration of paradise, would hinge on the appearance of the one who is to come. The Messiah, Christians call him. First thought of as a powerful king of David's descent. I've been enjoying so much teaching on David the king in this mythic context. There are so many people in the seminaries today that don't know anything about mythology. And therefore, when they hear the word Messiah, they don't have any context at all to understand the feelings around this. I had this wild class the other day, in which I was so tired when I got through that I could hardly walk. Because what I was trying to do was to get the students to have a little sense about what the Messianic hope was and how it felt. Because, see, if you don't have a sense of myth, you don't have a sense of what we're talking about here, you can't feel the longing for this great transformation and for the great one who is to come, who is going to bring that. You can't get into the emotions of it. You got it as an idea. These seminary students today, because their teachers have not taught them anything about myth, and they have not helped them to connect the myth to the heart and their emotions, when they read Messiah, they think it's just a theological word, and it doesn't connect anywhere a lot with them. So I worked and I worked and I worked and I worked, and I told them stories from the different world traditions, trying to get them to have a feeling for the longing and the love that you would have for this person that's going to come, or these leaders that are going to come to bring about this transformation. And you know, I got these blank stares. This doesn't sound like what the theologian said. I haven't given up, though. I haven't given up. So anyway, but in our tradition, David is all wrapped around with this fantasy. And if you see the movie David the King, you know this mythology, you'll see it, because the little shepherd boy who's out there, and he's very obscure, and he's the least qualified, everybody thinks, to be the king of Israel. But God has a plan. And so you get all this caught up in it. Well, we've had this David fantasy. And the whole thing about David was that David didn't quite keep his mind on the job. He had not read my Lover Within book. He had not read Robert Johnson's He, She, and We. So he botched it. And so Christians, people began, in that tradition, people began to look for the new David, the one who would get it right. And so, Jesus came and went, and there are still people who think he didn't quite get it completely right. A lot of these fundamentalists are really saying he didn't really get it right the first time. He's coming back to dot the I's and cross the T's and put in periods later. But you see, here's the context of the fantasy which you and I hear every Sunday morning and a lot of the other times on the radio here in the South. You turn on your radio and you're not listening to Willie Nelson. You're hearing this myth. So what about this Messiah? He will inaugurate a kingdom of peace, an age of bliss, where hunger, pain, violence, and death itself is destroyed. And the prediction goes something like this. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you're not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines, pestilences, earthquakes in many places. Then there shall be a great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no shall ever be. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon will not give forth her light. The stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. Then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Why four winds? We'll talk about that tonight. And so on and so forth. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. This is the primordial fantasy that's going around. It's going around all over the world now. And one of the things we've got to do is figure out what this is doing to us here on earth. Now, here's the fantasy. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, a new Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with you, and he will dwell with men, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no sorrow, no crying, neither shall there be more pain, for the former things are passed away. And he that sat on the throne said, Behold, I will make all things new. Now, so what are we saying here is Jungians thinking about the world and these apocalyptic fantasies? Well, we're saying that these are not just conservative Christian fantasies. These things are in what Jungians would call the collective unconscious. Now, these things, if you're not a Jungian, all this stuff just seems rather, as the Freudians would say, well, this is primary process. This is id materials. In other words, this is crazy stuff. Medicate them. Put those people on medication. Or as some of our other folks that think they're such wise religious leaders, they'll say, oh, that's another cult. That's just a cult. That's David Koresh. And this David Koresh is just totally inhuman. See, that's the non-Jungian point of view. You all know who David Koresh was. He was the young man in Waco who was possessed by this apocalyptic fantasy saw himself as the liberator king. And our brilliant leaders in the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division, the ATF, who have not seen their Jungian analyst recently, decided that they were the great kings that were going to bring about the purification of the world of these demon kings down in Waco. And so they brought out their holy tanks and managed to kill scores of innocent children. And also, because of the politics being what they are, to be totally covered up, have their idiocy totally covered up. But anyway, so the whole fantasy that is sweeping through here, a Jungian looks at that and doesn't say, oh, well, this is just id, or this is just primitive, dysfunctional disintegration products. That's the fancy $150 psychoanalytic word today. Those are disintegration products. Or a Jungian doesn't say, oh, that's just another cult phenomenon. Bring out the tanks. A Jungian says, aha, here is another archetypal fantasy of transformation and renewal. And it is occurring right now under these conditions. I wonder what sense we can make of this so that we can, number one, first understand it, number two, try to contain it. In other words, have a vessel, build some vessels where we can keep this magical elixir, this numinous sacred fluid that's pouring around. Jungians are going to be concerned about finding the cups. You know, this is the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is a water bearer. Jungians are very aware that, you know, when you've got all this living water running around, if you don't have something to carry it in, you got problems. And so a Jungian will say, aha, this is what's going on. How can we get the buckets we need to try to hold this and make some sense of it and maybe even carry it somewhere where there are people that are thirsty? There may be people that need to drink from this, including you and me. So this is living water. This is related to what Robert is going to be talking about, the alchemical gold. There's some alchemical gold being poured out in these fantasies. And it is for the purposes of healing and transformation and regeneration of self and even the world. So this gets us to looking a little bit at the outer. Now, we've talked about this as an inner fantasy. Now, before I stop and let us discuss a little bit and then take a break, I want us to think a little bit about this in the context of the outer world, because I want us to go from the inner to the outer to the issue of containment and healing and renewal. So let's look at this context about why all this fantasy is going on now. Now, I'm saying to you, here's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that all around the world, not just in the past, but right now, there is enormous evidence among scholars that this fantasy is gaining strength by leaps and bounds in every tradition around the world, every community. In other words, the apocalyptic fantasy has been present in the human mind throughout all time, and it's manifested here and there and here and there. But what we're seeing now is a radical burgeoning of this fantasy in different traditions around the world. In fact, I would say this to you. It is now 1993. In the next 7 years, you're going to see an incredible turmoil around this fantasy all over the world. In the year 999, in Europe, there was enormous turmoil around this fantasy. And one of the things that'd be useful to do in the next year as you prepare to deal with this is to study what happened around the turn of the first millennium in Europe and all of the social occurrences that happened and political occurrences that happened in Europe around 999. And because if you look at that book, The Pursuit of the Millennium, there's a book, an old book, but it's useful, called The Pursuit of the Millennium, which deals with this. But in the next 7 years, you're going to see this cranked up, not just among your fundamentalist Christian brethren and sisters. This is going to be cranked up among the New Age people. In fact, it's white hot right now among the New Age people. Do you know that? Are you aware of that? One of the things that I want you to talk about in your discussion group is what you know about. I want you to share what you know about how these things are being cranked up now and what you've heard about what's going on in the New Age community and other folks that reflect this. But in the New Age community here in 1993, it's already cooked up, cranked up very hot. So this is going on now. The question is, what is happening in the world today that feeds this in the outer world? Because we Jungians always emphasize that it's not just that you have a collective unconscious, you've also got a social world. And there's an interactive relationship between what I like to call the hard wiring, the soft wiring, and the outer world. So there is an interaction between what's going on in the outer world. Just like, for example, there's a direct relationship between what's happening in your personal life, whether you're in a transition state, whether you're in what we call a liminal phase, whether you're in a midlife crisis or not, or a late life crisis, or whatever, and your intense archetypal experiences. In other words, I can guarantee you something. When you go into a transition in your life, you're going to have more archetypal experiences. You're going to have more experiences of synchronicity. You're going to have more encounters with the archetypes in a powerful way when you're in a transition in your personal life. Same thing is true on the public scale. When great transitional changes are coming or are happening, there will be a greater presence of these fantasies. So I would like you to think with me a minute now, just in these next few minutes before we take our break. What are some of the things that are going on? Are there any things going on in the outer world which might just push our buttons? Are there any things happening in the outer world which might push our apocalyptic button and get us into our fantasies? Even if we're not in a midlife crisis, even if we haven't just been divorced, even if we haven't just discovered we have cancer. See? And I think we have to look at a few. I'm going to suggest a few before we take our break, and then in your discussion groups, I want you to see what you come up with. Let me refer first to this recent book by Paul Kennedy. Have you seen that? It's called Preparing for the 21st Century. Now, that book is not one you want to read right before bedtime, especially if you tend toward insomnia. Because in that book, Paul Kennedy traces a lot of the global trends which are enough to make, say you don't have as much gray hair as I do. It's enough to make your hair turn gray. In other words, he traces, from a scholarly point of view, a lot of the world trends that most of us, like the persons in Churchill's and Jung's time, were in denial about. Now, what are some of those things? Let me just name a few. In spite of the fact that some of our would-be leaders are waxing very optimistic about population trends, if you look at the figures of the World Watch Institute, The fact is that they're real excited that the rates of doubling of the Earth's population have slowed down a little bit. That is, it's going to take us a little bit longer to double our population on Earth. And what this means to those that look at this with rather a clear eye is that the human species is at a swarm phase. We call that in biology. The human species is still in a swarm phase. That is to say, on a planet which is now struggling to maintain a habitat which is sustainable even at a marginal level for a rich variety of species, right now with the population that we've got, we are still in a period in which population is exploding. Now, take this, and let me just give you an aside there. In the recent Earth Summit, do you know about the recent Earth Summit that was held in South America? Do you realize that there was a political deal that was cut so that that summit could go on? Have you heard about this political deal that was cut? There was a political deal that was cut, and it was cut with the Vatican so that the population pressure issue would not be discussed. And our so-called leaders went along with that. Our so-called leaders knuckled under to that. And so the single most pressing environmental issue, that is, what are we going to do to stop the swarming of our species over the planet and the destroying of the ecosphere, that was not addressed at the Earth Summit. I would have liked to have been in Al Gore's hotel room listening to what they were saying in there about that deal, because I'm sure there was a lot of disgust about that. That's just one example of this. Now, I've been spending a lot of time in the last 5 years looking at a lot of the World Watch Institute facts and the other kinds of trends. Let me tell you, we have a lot of times at conferences we run for men, we assign to a certain small group. We have the groups of men divided into small groups, and we will often say, now this is the group in charge of ugly facts. And it's your responsibility to cut through our denial. And so during this conference, you're the ones that are going to come in here and present us with clear statement of an ugly fact that we should be aware of. Well, let me tell you another ugly fact. See, we've all got to do this as a committee of the whole in this conference. We've all got to be a committee of ugly facts before we get into regeneration. And one of them is this. Recent cross-cultural studies, which have not been people not widely aware of, recent cross-cultural studies are showing that all over the world, cross-culturally, in the world community, there is a lessening of the responsibility for moral leadership by elders. People are not assuming their leadership in the community. Across the world, even in the indigenous tribes of the world, that the elders are losing their authority in the context of their communities. And the authority of the elders in spiritual leadership is being replaced by world popular culture. Read that. What? Yeah. What else? What else? MTV. World video. Rock and roll. And what we're seeing is a radical burgeoning now of acting out among the young around the world. I don't know whether you saw those television pictures the other night in Brazil. Did you see that on CNN? It seems that in Brazil, in one of the large cities in Brazil, there have become recently large bands of teenage males terrorizing the entire city, coming down out of the poor areas in the mountains. Now, it's very interesting, because if you live in Chicago, as I do, Chicagoans like to think that's just a Chicago problem. Here it is in Brazil. Recent news reports say that in New Guinea, there are marauding bands of young teenagers terrorizing the community. In northern England, there are marauding bands of young teenagers terrorizing the community. This study by David Gutmann shows that it is a worldwide phenomenon. It has to do with the collapse of elders taking any responsibility for the moral and spiritual leadership of their community. And so what we're seeing is at the very time when population pressures put the greatest demand on us for wisdom in our leadership, that is the very time that our would-be, should-be elders are declaring bankruptcy. And one more ugly fact, and I'll let you stretch your legs and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back here. And we've got, I believe, Annette, we have until 11, right? Okay, we'll come back and discuss some together on this before we go to our small group experience. The third ugly fact that we should be aware of is that we went through this period of euphoria recently when we got into the apocalyptic fantasy that Ronald Reagan had actually defeated the great Satan, and that all of a sudden the great battle between the evil empire of the archdemon and the good empire of the true leader, Ronald Reagan, Messiah, that great battle was done, and now the world was safe for democracy. And now you could just relax. Well, it turns out, according to recent studies, your danger of particularly if you live in any city on Earth, your danger of dying in a nuclear event has gone up. Why? Because the entire Russian nuclear arsenal is up for sale to the highest bidder. And what is not talked about by people in denial is the incredible increase in the arms trade. Not decrease in the arms trade. The incredible recent increase in the arms trade. It has gone to new levels. And what is happening now is that every fanatical apocalyptic group in the world has access to small transportable nuclear weapons. I hope that makes your lunch digest well today. So, in other words, there are a lot of things going on in the world today, and there are many others that you will be able to talk about in your small group discussions, that can help us understand why increasingly in the outer world events are occurring which are pushing our apocalyptic buttons, and they're saying, hey, wake up. Trim your lamps. Something big is likely to happen. And so one of the things that I want you to do before tonight is to be thinking about these outer events which are raising people's awareness of the need for change. That there are many, many things which are desperately needing change. And many, many things which are desperately needing leadership in that change. And that pushes our apocalyptic New Age button. So in your small groups, I want you to be talking about what sorts of things you're seeing. Are you seeing mainly denial about this? No. Are you seeing despair about it, so much despair that people don't want to talk about it? Are you seeing people trying to inform themselves about the things which are trends which are evoking this apocalyptic fantasy and trying to figure out what to do? So, I see people around the world now that are in all these camps, denial, despair, and in waking up and trying to figure out what needs to be done. Now, let me just say a couple of things about what that came up from some of you. A number of you came up to me and said, Robert, I was surprised that you did not mention the X mythology, or the ABCD mythology about this. And you're absolutely right, and I'd like us to chime in now and do some of that, because you're all right. As I said to the persons that came up to me, yes, we could spend the entire conference, every hour of this entire conference, doing comparative mythology on this topic, and we wouldn't get through with it. And we would be relating all the difference. That's the wonderful thing about doing Jungian work. What you realize is, if you look in the index to the 20th volume of Jung, the enormity of the size of this mythological, cross-cultural mythological evidence on these issues. And here's the thing. Since Jung's death, the scholarship on this has exploded. So there's a lot more knowledge available now on these cross-cultural mythical traditions than were available to Jung. So let's, one of the agendas I think we ought to touch on now in this is to have you share other things we didn't mention that are spiritual, that come from spiritual or mythical traditions that we didn't mention that also relate to our theme. The other thing is anything you want to put on the table about other outer trends or events that may be things which are pushing our apocalyptic buttons. And then anything else you want to drop in. But let's open it up with that first one. Those of you that came up to me and mentioned a tradition that I didn't mention, would you stand, tell us your name, and tell us the... Oh, we have to see each other, you know. I mean, we have to bless each other with our eyes. So let's have you stand, say your name, and what tradition you were thinking of that we didn't mention, and the particular thing in that tradition. Yes?
Native American tradition.
And could you give us an example in your studies of that, about what came to your mind about this theme out of Native American tradition?
The tradition that when the Native American peoples had been almost completely destroyed, that their wisdom, that their ancient wisdom would then be made available to almost to the rest of certainly of North America, perhaps even to the world.
Thank you for that. Now, let's stay with her point just a minute. And can any of you think of other examples that would back up her point? Yes.
In the Mayan tradition, we have a great group down.
Stand up and tell us your name now.
Fitzgerald Raleigh, and we have a group who study the Mayan language, and we go to the Yucatan Peninsula, and the Mayan calendar, 30,000 years, and the parallel, and of course Jungian thought is very, very close. But they are home to the 30,000 years, and we are very, very close to it, and it's exactly the same as the other.
Gee, I would like to talk to you about this. That's fascinating. I want to tell you that Mayan religion and tradition is not dead. I recently have had a wonderful experience of becoming friends with a Mayan shaman from Guatemala. And it is wonderful to be invited into the mythic mind of the Mayan shaman and see how his healing instincts come as bringing as a gift to our larger world. That's an example of your point. And what I have seen lately is just so hopeful. I mean, I'm not, see, we got to talk about the hopeful things, and I'm going to really talk about hopeful things in the morning. I want to kind of whet your appetite before then. I'll whisper the hopeful secret before then, see? But one of the I'll tell you, one of the hopeful things I have seen lately is groups of people gathering and shamans from West Africa and shamans from Guatemala and spiritual leaders from the Afro-American community and spiritual leaders from Western Caucasian communities gathering together in empathy and communication and working together thinking about the problems of our planet. Now, when I was in graduate school, they all told us that can never happen. That this kind of new Pentecost where people speak their languages and yet they can communicate, They all told us that's really not possible. But we're seeing examples of people bringing these traditions. So that is certainly one. Anybody else? Other expressions from Native American tradition, and then let's broaden it to any other indigenous peoples that you know about which fit this that we didn't bring in. Any other examples from Native American tradition that you know of? Have you heard of the myth of the Rainbow Warrior? You've heard of Greenpeace, and you knew that their boat that was sunk was called the Rainbow Warrior, but did you know that that was based on a Native American myth of the Rainbow Warrior? The idea was very much what she was saying, that toward the end of the great time of evil, the Rainbow Warrior would come. And this Rainbow Warrior would lead Native American peoples to bring their spiritual wisdom not just to North America, but to the wider human race, so that they could cooperate together in restoring the world. And this is a very powerful myth. There's a painting. There's actually a painting of this, a wonderful painting of this that was done by Native American artists, and I've been trying to track that down and have not. I want to get copies of that available to people so they can see this wonderful. I have seen the painting in a photograph, but I've not been able to trace it down. If any of you run into that, let me know. But that's one powerful tradition, and it's very widespread among tribes today. Any other examples? Yes.
John Wells and Walter Wink talks about the Babylonian myth and Tiamat and Marduk, and that whole struggle of that, they will be destroyed and the new will be created out of the old.
Yes. Walter Wink is somebody, he ought to get to come down here. See there? She's doing her work. Walter Wink is this wonderful, wonderful scholar who has done creative work with Jung and the Bible and Jungian mythology, and particularly these days with updating our sense of the struggle with evil, the reality of evil, the struggle with evil, the principalities and powers, how to understand that from a Jungian point of view and work with that in context of the biblical tradition and the Bible. So that's great, Annette, that you got him coming. Now, the other thing that you need to be aware of in relation to what she said is that this is not just Native American. This is Native Hawaiian. This is Aboriginal Australian. This is Native New Guinean. This is native in New Zealand. There's evidence that the Maori have a sense of their mission for the wider world. Recently in Chicago, the Maori elders came for the first time. It seems that we have one of their sacred houses in the Field Museum that was stolen from them, really, during the colonial era. They could have demanded that it be returned. But instead of demanding that this sacred house be returned, the Maori elders chose to come to Chicago in a delegation from their people to bless and reconsecrate that house so that the sacred space of transformation of the Maori faith would be available for all the people who come to the Field Museum in Chicago and see that house. So they see this as a part of their spiritual witness in the world to bring that reconsecration of that holy place to Chicago. And I can tell you, friends, my city needs all the help it can get. Needs all the help it can get. Okay, so this is going on in the indigenous peoples around the world. There is a sense of the closing in of time. Have any of you seen the movie that was done about the Hopi mythology called Koyaanisqatsi? Have you seen that? If you haven't seen that, that's part of your assignment from this conference. I can't spell it, but go to Blockbuster Video and tell them that there is this film that is a documentary about the Hopi, and it's pronounced Koyaanisqatsi. I'll find out the spelling and tell Jim and Annette, and you can ask them later, but it is spelled with a K, and it is a It is a film which seeks to articulate the myth, the Hopi mythology of our time and of the chaos of our time, and anticipating the transformation that is to come. So this is very widespread. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What I promised that I would talk about in this lecture is really the subtitle, Myth, Psyche, and the Longing for World Transformation. We talked about the preoccupation with apocalyptic fantasies this morning. Elaborated it some with some of you in our discussion. What I want to do now is to take the time we have together tonight, which is no more than an hour and a half max, to lead you through some of my understanding of the way this fantasy material relates to the collective unconscious in general, but to the whole processes that are coded, I believe, in us, in our DNA. I believe that these processes of world and self-regeneration are coded in us. Now, if we have time, when we have time, we can talk about all of the theological and philosophical implications of this sort of thing. There are many, and those of you that love, some of you I know here, I've had a chance to talk to some of you, or really have a philosophical mindset and want to understand the wider philosophical ramifications of this. But tonight, I want to keep this in the context of Jungian thought with regard to the collective unconscious and my own extensions in my work of this. So what I want to do first is to just go over a little bit of the resources from comparative mythology that are important to think about in the context of these myths of world regeneration. And then I want to go over the work that I've done in the past 20 years that's available in this series of books and in my audio tape lectures through the Jungian Institute with regard to my continuing work to try to understand deep structures in the unconscious and how these things relate to each other. Now, let me say just a few things about assumptions here. It really matters what people believe in terms of theoretical perspectives on this material. For example, there are many people that are, in my view, wrongly considered to be Jungian, who really do not any longer really believe in a collective unconscious. And they are people that sort of believe that archetypes work like, you take a jigsaw puzzle and you shake it up and put it in a bucket. And a lot of these folks now think that archetypes are like the separate pieces of those in that bucket of that jigsaw puzzle, but they forgot it was a jigsaw puzzle. And so they think that you reach in, you get this archetype. Oh, well, that's archetype. Isn't that interesting? That's an interesting archetype. We'll have a book on this archetype. Reach in and get another one. Oh, isn't that an interesting archetype? But they do not get any sense, have any commitment to the idea that maybe we're a species, that we have a great code, as William Blake said. And maybe this great code relates a lot of these archetypal materials. Maybe they're not random. And so I differentiate myself from all those that we sometimes associate as Jungian, but who do not believe in the archetypal self anymore. They do not believe in the collective unconscious. And they do not believe that there's a deep structural relationship between archetypes. So I personally am in a line in Jungian thought that runs much more in a classical vein. I believe there's a collective unconscious. I believe there's an archetypal self. I believe with Anthony Stevens that this means that there's a 2 million-year-old human being in our genetic codes, and that this has enormous ramifications for theology and philosophy and ethics and so forth. And there may be ways to talk about the way in which the archetype is not just biology, it's other things, and I think that's important. However, I want to emphasize that I do believe this is biological. that this is in your DNA, and that, in other words, there is a code in us, in our deep selves, that understand this whole business of making human selves. Not just that there's something in us that understands the business of making human selves, but there is something in our deep structures that understand about making whole human selves. It understands, in other words, about the golden flower. It understands about the diamond body. It understands about the imago Dei. There's something in there that understands that. Now, later on tonight, and then again tomorrow, we'll be talking about, well, but does that mean that automatically unfolds? The best in contemporary psychoanalytic scholarship, not just Jungian, says these schemas are in the blueprint. These are schemas. They're in the blueprint. Given an adequate environment, these will unfold. I love the word deploy. These things in us that want to emerge and flower will deploy, will emerge and fully deploy if the environment is nurturant enough. If it is not nurturant enough, it will come out in monstrous forms, and it will initiate processes of cataclysmic endings. That's in the self. Okay, so so that is an assumption that I have, and I also want to emphasize that it really matters when you're listening to somebody speak about mythic materials whether or not they are classical Jungians or not. That is, if they're in that tradition, because if they're not, then when they're studying myth, there will be different implications about it. Now, coming from where I come from, I try to look at things more like Jung himself looked at it. That is to say, when I look at mythology, I assume there is collective, unconscious, coded meaning in this. So I'm not just looking at interesting historical phenomena. I'm looking for pattern recognition, and I'm looking for how that relates to the human psyche of all of us. And so, in other words, for a classical Jungian, looking at comparative mythology really is important because it's psychological evidence. And that's why I recommend that you look at comparative mythology, particularly around this thing of world ending and world beginning. And the best source for this, I believe, to be, it's important to know Joseph Campbell's work, but I think it's more important to know Mircea Eliade's work. And that's Mircea, pronounced Mircea, Eliade, Eliade. Now, for many years, he was a distinguished service professor of history of religions at the University of Chicago and wrote many books on comparative mythology and comparative spirituality. And it's a lifelong project for you to get into his work. But Jungians need to get into his work because he is the person who has discerned the patterns in the regenerative processes that I believe are relevant for what we're talking about. And particularly in his book, the books that I want to mention here, The Sacred and the Profane, Cosmos and History. I'm going to be sort of summarizing it in a minute, but Cosmos and History, Rites and Symbols of Initiation, and Patterns in Comparative Religion. And there are many others. The interesting thing about his work, a lot of people criticize him. They say, well, you read one Eliade book and it's just like you're reading all of them. Well, right, in a way, because like I'm saying, he believes that all these mythological systems are related, that there are common themes and common intentionalities. And at the heart of them has the theme he believes in world mythology is world regeneration. That's at the heart of world mythology. We start with creation mythology. And then we have to understand the whole movement in human history from mythology of creation through the encounter with the profane in one's experience into the human experience of deterioration of the world, to the longing for renewal, to the attempt to find the renewing center, which Eliade named the axis mundi, the center of the world, and the role of the human retelling of the myth of the eternal return in human history. Now, I want to just summarize briefly Eliade's assumptions about the way human beings that lived mythologically thought. So let me go through this. For Eliade, you look at all of these traditions, and the world begins from a single point. It begins from a single point of creative power. That is the stories of creation relate to this beginning. From that center point of creation, the cosmos begins to expand in concentric circles. Human beings come along during this creative process. And for a time, there is adequate contact with power, with sacred power. And how do you know that it's adequate? That's because there's no death, there's no chaos, things are rightly ordered. As some people say, they're in the Tao, or you've heard of the myth of the rainmaker, as long as the rainmaker is centered in the right center, there is not a problem about droughts. But according to Eliade, it's the universal human experience that after a certain time has elapsed, there is the experience of chaos breaking in. And this rightly ordered creation begins to be at risk. And the individual human beings, and not just human beings but other creatures, begin to experience a slowing down, a deadening of the world. You and I call it depression, depletion. But the world is no longer adequately connected with creative power, regenerative power. Then human beings start trying to find a way back to the creative power. They start trying to find a way back to the place where it all began correctly. And Eliade says this is the theme of the quest for regeneration, for cosmic renewal. And it requires that the human beings, that the creatures in the world that's beginning to go bad, that they have to find the navel of the world again. They've got to get the divination experts, the shamans. They've got to get the medicine persons. They've got to get somebody who can cast the stones, the runes, or who can do whatever divination. Look at the entrails, or look at the tea leaves, or look at whatever the divination technique is to find the way back to the navel place. In every indigenous people's lore, they know where the power spots are. They know, many of them know through their creation myth where the world first started. And that's a power place. So Eliade says then they seek to find this place. They use their religious specialists to do it. They go back there and they undergo rituals which are an attempt ritually to dissolve the dying world. They admit this creation has gone bad. There must be new creation. And so rituals are engaged in. The attempt is made to reconnect with the generative creative power. If the connection is adequate, there will be a new centering, a new creation, the new order, which was the old order, the right ordering will be reestablished concentrically, going out. There will be plenty until the tear in the cosmos happens again. And Eliade points out that this is the recurrent theme around the world in world mythology, and that if you look at world mythology, you can see the way in which, if you don't understand this primary paradigm, you will not get the different pieces of the myth. In other words, if you don't understand that the trickster, for example, is there at the creation, and he serves a role in the creation to break up the original primal unity so that it can spread. See? Then you can't understand what trickster mythology is about. See? So Eliade says, you look at that, you can understand, you've got to understand this whole process of creation, pristine adequacy, time passes, you get further from the creation point, from the spiritual Big Bang, things begin to run down a little bit, then human beings register chaos is coming in. You know, we talk about thresholds of awareness. You get to a certain point, you can't deny it anymore. Chaos is coming in. Alarm. We get the religious specialist. They divine where is the navel. We locate the axis mundi again. We go back to the axis mundi. We reconnect with the source of power. Recreation occurs. Old world, now dying, stripped away, new creation. So there is what he considers to be the primal mythic process. Recently, I've given a series of lectures on myth and psyche at the Jung Institute, which are available through the Jung Institute, in which I take creation mythology, the birth of the divine child, hero mythology, the mythology of evil, and so on, and elaborate it in this context, so that we can see the way in which different forms of mythology really are related to this whole paradigm. And if you don't understand this, then you don't understand the birth of the divine child, Advent. See? Because why, for example, you get into the Christian myth, why does Advent occur? Well, you've got to get it. Advent occurs because the thing has gone bad. And there has to be a reconnection with the power that generated it all in the first place. And when that divine child comes, that manger is the axis mundi. That is the connection of the navel of the world. You follow that? So in other words, you begin to read these different mythologies as they contribute to this world generation and regeneration process. Okay? Now, let's hold on to that. This is the mythic cycle. But you see, if you're a frankly upfront Jungian, then you take this a few more steps. You say, whoa, this also is something going on in not just in mythology and stuff. This is going on in psyche all the time. In other words, read Cosmos and understand that at the deepest archetypal level, when we're talking about cosmic world creation and generation, we're also talking about the self, little s self, generation. And now, if we understand this from the Jungian point of view, we look at that and we say, oh, this is going on all the time in my life. Not only that, this is going on all the time in the lives of everybody around me. And so And we want to locate this apocalyptic mythology about the end of the world. Well, everything, the world's about to come to an end. Then we have to locate this myth in the mythological pattern, and then we have to say, wonder what this tells us about the folks around us. Because one of the things it'll tell us is that people are having a lot of red lights go off in their psyche that says, oh, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying, it's dying. Must be coming to the dissolution so there can be a new birth. Now, I think when we get into this in our discussion, we'll be able to understand why some fundamentalists cannot wait for the earthquakes to come. See? And they cannot wait for you liberal, moderate Christians to burn up in the fire. They're not being hostile to you, not from their point of view. I'm serious. I mean, you got to get inside this thing. If you really understand what's going on, if they are feeling the last processes of this before it goes, then what's going to hasten the new renewal of the world? Well, the ending of the old. And all you folks are part of the old. You're part of the profane world. It's causing this. So the quicker you burn up in the fire, the more quicker we'll get to the golden egg again. See? Okay. Now, if you locate the apocalyptic mythology that way, then you also have to think about this in the parallel structure of the self, little s self, where the little s self of people are in the world experiencing this kind of thing, because they are picking up that full structuralization is failing. This is, you put this in contemporary self-psychology terms. The lights are going off. Buzz, 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 buzz. And the board says, structuralization failing. Self-structure failing. See? And so, what to do now? Well, I've got to regress. See, so if you understand all this stuff, a lot of the regressions you see people engaging in, whether they're regression into violence or regression into addiction or regression in a lot of these things, these are the eternal return movement. A lot of suicides are unconscious eternal return movements. In other words, a lot of these suicides are not trying to die. They're trying to kill the old world. Behind that suicidal fantasy is a new birth fantasy back in there. I won't get to the new me if I don't kill the old me. It's very unconscious. That means it's very dangerous. And that means that when people get into places where chaos comes into their lives, what is the scary point here? There are unconscious schemas in your collective unconscious. In your unconscious psyche, if enough bad things happen to you, these renewal buttons get pushed in you. This is scary if you think about this a minute. If enough chaotic things come into your life, they don't have to be related. They can just synchronistically cluster. You've got a new car. You just drove it home from the showroom last week. You take it down to the local Kmart, and some idiot runs into the door of it. See? That's just one event. Then you go back home and you get in the mail a notice that your health insurance has been canceled because you forgot to pay the bill. Not only that, as you're running out to tell your spouse that the health insurance has been canceled, you trip and fall off the porch and break your leg. You laugh about this. Listen, I've got stories about this that will chill your blood, about the way chaos comes in there synchronistically like this. But the scarier part is that when it comes in like that, you have to be extremely conscious about this, because there are buttons in your unconscious that read, chaos is here, chaos is here, chaos is here, time to die. And then these regenerative processes, which are they're really regenerative archetypal processes, but they go on automatic then. And when they go on automatic, and you have no way of understanding what is happening, you can be dead before you know what's happening at all. And this is one of the important things to understand about these myths of death and rebirth. So this is one of the important things to get a feeling for, the way in which this regenerative process is in us. It evolved in us. It evolved in us as a way for persons to deal with failure and depression and catastrophic events throughout the history of our evolution. People had to be able to start over. And so obviously this has been a very selective, regenerative, powerful thing in the history of our species. Otherwise, this would not be so widespread as a mythic pattern. Okay. Now, so this is an important thing to realize, but I want to now move on into the way in which the other body of my research relates to this. Because this gets to our handouts. When I first spoke to Journey into Wholeness back in '86 about these aspects of the male psyche, I did not yet know how they were structurally related to each other. I had not discovered any of the structural interactions between them very clearly. And since that time, I have gotten much clearer about the way in which these different energies are related to each other, what they do and what they don't do, and what role they play in a functioning, cohesive, mature self. And I want to be able to help us to think a little bit about this mapping of psychological geography to help us understand some of the spaces in the psyche which get evoked in these apocalyptic fantasies. Different aspects are evoked in the deep structures of the psyche in these apocalyptic fantasies. And I want us to have a sense for where they are and how they relate to psychological traumas. Tomorrow we'll be talking about what we have to do to in terms of our approaches to spirituality and culture, and even, I believe, public policy, to do what we can to strengthen the integrity and wholeness of the self in human beings. But tonight I just want to do some mapping to this plumbing. Let's turn to this image of the mythic cycle. Now this, you will recognize, comes out of Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces. I have just added a line across the middle there and labeled the underworld experience as transformative space. When human beings or cultures or groups get into transformation, they are going into a space of what human beings have identified with the magician, with the transformative space, with death and rebirth. And the retreat from the world, such as we're doing here in Kanuga. If you look under that line, this experience at Kanuga hopefully will be transformative space for us. We leave the outer world. We come here into a contained vessel. We listen for revelation from the depths through our bodies and other ways, and we try to find the regenerative energies. Now this thing that Campbell wrote about corresponds to one of the quadrants in the psyche of men and women that we could call the magician quadrant. It is a distinct space in the psyche. We know a lot about this from research on grief, midlife crises. Now we talk about it as transition states. So one of the aspects of the psyche, one of the psychological spaces in us is associated with what Campbell talked about as the belly of the beast, the underworld of the hero journey. This is a distinct space, and it's the space of the healing consulting room. It's the space of the magic circle. It's the space in the circle at Stonehenge. I mean, it is a distinct space. What can a person do in that space? Well, they can detach from the outer world. This is a space of retreat. We even say retreats. This is a space of moving out of the ordinary patterns. When I start with this, well, this was where my research really started. I was trying to understand why so many people retreat into the occult environs to try to heal. Well, this is the attempt to find the healing person. It is a space where one actually is not all that embodied in the old way, in a lot of the old ways. This is Platonic. This is Plato's capacity to contemplate and reflect. It is my belief that this aspect of the psyche is very, very similar in men and women and comes online, hopefully, in young adulthood. That is to say, you have to become capable of detaching from adolescent patterns and wondering how one can get insight into what's been happening to you. It often doesn't get attention, and when it doesn't get attention, people in adulthood begin to have very troublesome problems in adaptation. This is a space of deconstruction. If you want to know where all the deconstructionist talk in the universities come from today, this is a space of deconstruction. It is associated in the mythology that we're talking about with the move into a kind of death that precedes rebirth. So Jung spoke of the archetype of death and rebirth. This is the space of death and rebirth. And so in the sense that in one of these archetypal myths, they get into the fantasy of dying, being passive, not really taking action, but waiting for the dissolution of the old structures. This is magician space. There was a time in my research that I thought this was the only sacred space, because a lot of the scholars talked about this as sacred space, and they felt that a lot of these other spaces in the psyche were not sacred. I finally realized that all of these spaces in the four corridors of the psyche are sacred spaces. They just have different roles to play. They have different values, different energies, different forms of libido. At the top of the quadrants, we can see the king and queen spaces. These are associated in world mythologies with the center of cosmos or world. Let me give you an example of king and queen space in the psyche that you saw acted out recently on the news. When you saw President Clinton standing there in the yard of the White House with his arms out like this, and you had a leader of the PLO and a leader of the Israelis there getting them to shake hands. That is the kind of constituted space that is represented in this aspect of the psyche's imagery. King and queen imagery emerges when there is an attempt to create a center. This is very public, not private. It is world-encompassing, an attempt to bring together opposites. It is not a withdrawal into the woods. It is not a withdrawal to the edge of the earth or the edge of the ocean or to the forest. This is at the center of the polis, of the city, archetypally speaking. So when the anthropologist Victor Turner said that kind of ceremonial that you saw there was not ritual, I believe that he was a little narrow-minded. That was indeed ritual, but it was king-queen ritual. And when President Clinton and when Bill and Hill do their act before the Congress, you're seeing sacred space enacted. It is a special kind. It is king and queen space. It has to do with establishing a center which provides adequately. What we said that the magician space has that death rebirth, that on the margin it moves out, it reflects, at its highest level it heals. What does this king-queen space do? It builds, it provides, it centers, it calms, it balances opposites, brings them together. In Christ there is no east or west, in him no south or north. It is the containment of the opposites, the balancing of opposites, the inclusive caring. So when you listen to the Clintons, and they're taught, whether you agree with them or not politically whatsoever, it doesn't matter. If you listen to them talk about providing health care for all Americans, this is king and queen space. It's coming from a very particular location in the psyche. It is to do for caring for all. No one is to be left out of the providing of this inclusive nurturance. And so when you see that kind of thing and you see that public ceremonial, you have to understand that is a ritual of a certain kind. And it has to do with this particular space in the psyche. And this is not, that kind of space is not the space of Armageddon. You get it? This is not Gulf War space, right? This is totally different. It is a specific archetypal location in the psyche, though. And the interesting thing is, if this is not fueling a situation, if this particular energy is not influencing a situation, there is very likely to be polarization and violence. You see that? In other words, we have different forms of libido, different forms of psychic energy. One form is this cognitive energy, this magician healer energy, the shamanic knower, seer energy, prophet energy, priest energy. But there's also this monarch, royal, true king, true queen energy. And it does different things. It centers, it provides, it balances opposites, it includes, it provides blessings. It blesses, holds, it empowers. And it has a very difficult time seeing any enemies when it's in that place. A lot of people criticize Bill Clinton because he seems to have a hard time recognizing his enemies and mobilizing his forces to oppose his enemies. Well, to the extent that that's true, it may be because he's standing in a particular psychic space. And when you're standing in that space, 90 and 9 were safely in the fold. I'm going to bring in that other one. Maybe a congressman. Maybe one of those congressmen's not voting for me. I'm voting for this bill. I'm going to try to get it in. Get him in. Okay. So that is a inclusive, centered kind of space. It is the space under which parenting occurs. I have decided that I really don't believe there really is a mother or father archetype. I think those are the archetypes of mothering and fathering. That is the archetypes under which that is done. You can see what happens when a couple becomes possessed by that, because they get into compulsive nurturing of the children. They don't nurture their relationship, and they often become vulnerable to extramarital sexual affairs, because when you're in the royal space, you're not interested in sex for sex's sake. So we can get into that a little bit. But let me finish the round. The warrior spaces, there is your space of Armageddon. When do you get the warrior space? Well, you get it in world mythology when the cosmos that has been created is threatened by forces from the outside. Here. Here, adolescence for the man, I think. Here, midlife for the woman, I think. There's enormous research coming out now that shows cross-culturally that males are very hyper-aggressive in adolescence, cross-culturally. Almost always is a problem, no matter what the culture. Males begin to be passive at midlife. And if their spiritual tradition does not help them, they become depressed, addictive, and often suicidal. I don't know whether you realize it, but almost as many older men die of suicide as die from heart failure. But no matter when it comes, this is a particular space. It's in the soul of both men and women. It is the space related to the line of development I call the line of development of aggression in the psyche. In my view, it's a separate line, like the separate line of nurture, of cognition. There's a line of aggression. If the psyche feels threatened, the Freudians even have new words for this. I mean, they've got ways of talking about the same thing. They talk about, get this now, in the deep structures of the self, they say, are this potential, the schemas for adversarial self-object needs. Now listen carefully to that now. Adversarial self-object needs. Now I just say warrior. And they say aversive self-object needs. Now what do they mean? Well, they mean that a mature self, if it is running into abuse, will push back. If a self runs into abuse and it does not push back, then the particular schema which is responsible for filling in that aspect of the self structure has not developed. I recently heard a dynamite young woman Freudian psychoanalyst talking about the way in which we have to stop pathologizing feminine aggression. We have to understand that in a mature female self, she will be capable of exercising her adversarial self-object functions. And that if she's really helped to mature, she will be able to turn those into adversarial self-functions. They will be integrated. And so that's what I'm talking about the warrior aspect of the psyche. In other words, it understands when somebody is abusing you. Now, when the self structure in a person is beginning to feel too much chaos coming in from anywhere, this inner schema will get mobilized. The aggression schema, the warrior, the mythic image. These are mythic images that I believe are as Jung puts it, these are the mythic images that these schemas or instinctual patterns put to the world. We see these images in the myths, but they are the face that these different lines of development in the four quarters of the psyche issue forth then. Okay, so what happened? What can this part do? It understands boundaries. If you don't have one, your warrior line of development will form one. It understands that there are abusers in the world, and it will push back. It understands the necessity to limit one's goals. That's what a mission is, a limited goal. If this part is functioning in the psyche, then one can have a limited task, and one will know how to tell when one has finished it. So if you're a person like some of us here, and it's hard for you to limit your projects, and it's hard for you to admit how much time it's going to take to achieve a certain project, then we would say this part of the quadrant of yourself has still got some building blocks that need to be put into it, right? Okay. So what can it do? It understands limits, it understands task, it understands mission, it understands planning, it understands discipline, it understands boundaries. What does it not understand? It does not understand personal relationships, does not understand play, it does not understand the big picture. It does not think a whole lot about stuff. It is a doer, not a reflector. See? And so, if you think about these apocalyptic fantasies and people that get into these apocalyptic movements, jihad, holy war, then you know what space in the psyche a lot of that is coming out of. It's not coming out of the lover space. It's not coming out of the magician space in the psyche. It's not coming out of the king or queen space in the psyche. It's coming out of this particular Armageddon space in the psyche. And I think you will have a little sense that these persons have been subject to a lot of chaos in their lives. They have been subject to a lot of unpredictability, and they are experiencing the wholeness in themselves under great threat. Now, if we were to do a personal study of a lot of these young Islamic terrorists, we would discover a lot about their abandonment, their abuse, their poverty, that makes them vulnerable to being possessed by this particular biogram in the psyche. It's no accident that Saddam Hussein, who was possessed by this thing and remains possessed by it, was sexually abused, physically abused as a boy, beaten mercilessly as a boy, grew up in very great poverty. So one of the things we have to recognize is that to the extent that the individual psyche is experiencing great chaos, great instability, great lack of constancy in the community or in the personal experiences of the family, this particular fantasy of the apocalyptic devastation expressed in an acted out mode will be a very likely, very attractive kind of myth to get into socially and religiously. So this thing does not understand commonness, things you share with the people on the other side. This thing understands us and them, sheep and goats. It understands dividing up the room right down the middle. Now, once you get familiar with this kind of energy, and probably all of you have had lots of experiences with it, but if you walk into a room and that Armageddon space is constellated in the room, you can feel the polarization. You can feel it in the air in the room. And it'll often make the hair on the back of your neck stand up because you know it's not safe in there at all. Now, one more space. this space of the lover. This is the garden of mythology. And it's wonderful. One of the wonderful things in comparative studies in myth is the capacity to get into all of the mythology of the garden that exists. I mean, it is incredibly rich in world mythology. But this is a space which is understands a number of things. What does it understand? You tell me. It understands relationship. What else does it understand? What? Play. It understands play, creativity. It understands being and not doing. It understands vacation. See, if you're like a lot of us, we may go on a vacation, but we take our beepers. See, that's not lover space. See, in the garden, linear time is not something that's understood. The body is understood, touch is understood, dependency is understood, and it's not pathologized. See? Boundaries are not understood. What's a boundary? You know, the real thing in life is mingling bodily fluids. Do away with these membranes. You know, let us all get together and mix bodily fluids. That's the fantasy of the lover. Yeah. It has no sense of fidelity whatsoever. What's that? It is very ecstatic. It understands the deepest insights of the unio mystica, the sense that I and the world are one. It understands that I and you are one. It understands that everything is okay. See? There may be children dying of drug addiction, but I'm full of joy and I'm dancing. See? I mean, if you're in the space of the garden, the social activists can just say, good luck, you know. You're not, you know, they're not going to be able to recruit you for going down and marching at X place. See? And so it's really, I mean, you got to get a feeling for this. And a lot of folks have been really suspicious of mystics and really hated their guts in religious circles. And the reasons they think these mystics, they're not concerned about anything. See? See? They don't want to do anything. They're antinomians. They don't believe in laws. You know? Well, when you're in this garden, you say, what laws? You know, let's dance. Let's mix bodily fluids. And not only that, get this now, not only that, if you're in this garden space and you're into it in a really ecstatic way, somebody says to you, well, tell me about the boundary between you and God. What boundary? You know, there's this wonderful poetry with Rumi, and Rumi is, and all these great Islamic mystics got in trouble on this, you know. I mean, say, you know, Rumi says, you know, sometimes when I'm there with my beloved, sometimes, that's God, sometimes I can't tell whether I am God entertaining Rumi or Rumi entertaining God. See, that's an experience that's very, very widespread among the mystics, the unio mystica of the world. And so we got to understand that garden space, that erotic space, that lover space is sacred space. It's not like I used to think when I was 30. I used to think, oh, well, this is not the sacred space. See, the magician space, because I was so into the magician space, that's the really sacred space. But if you look, this is the sacred space of love and the body. And those of you that are Episcopalians, and you like all the bells and all the smells. See, that's that lover stuff in the Episcopalian community, see, coming out. You got to smell God. You don't feel like you don't feel like you've been to church if you don't smell God and hear that little thing. I'm not kidding. Hey, listen. And, you get this different groups, and Robert loves going to India and being there in that space, and one of the wonderful things about India is they have so much of this energy that in Indian culture, the smell of God is everywhere, and the taste of God. And the body is not pathologized as being not spiritual. And you get all this religious imagery of passionate sexuality, which would just offend so many Christians, terribly. The Victorian Christians would go put skirts on those goddesses, So anyway, in my work, what I've realized is that the four quarters in all this world mythology was an externalization projection of these deep structures, that these four lines of development relate to these four quarters, that these mythic images that we've talked about relate to these particular things that the Navajo talk about as the four winds. There are four winds. They're different winds. They have to be balanced in a cohesive self. Apocalyptic fantasies really get powerful when one begins to lose touch with the king-queen functioning in the psyche, when that begins to be threatened. And you will notice that wherever you get an apocalyptic fantasy, you will get a longing for the return of the charger with the true king mounted on it. See? In other words, you get into Armageddon, and you get that sense of the coming battle, the king must return. Let me give you a reference on this so you can see a comparative chart on this in world mythology. It's a book by Forsyth. The title is The Old Enemy, and subtitle is The Combat Myth. And what you see in that book is an elaboration cross-culturally of what we're calling here the space of struggle, the apocalyptic battle, the myth of the combat between good and evil, between the good king and the evil king. And what it starts out with, cross-culturally in this chart, it shows the feminine and the children are being oppressed by monsters, different kinds of monsters. But the king is absent. The queen and the children are being oppressed. The king is for some reason absent. The king returns, does battle with the monsters, liberates the queen and the kids. They take their rightful place. There is a ceremonial of celebration of the royal couple at the end. Sometimes there's a marriage image there, where they are lifted up to the same level. So you get a sense of the geography. I just want to say one other thing about the dialectics here that's important to look at, and then I'd like us to do some discussion around this. There are a lot of people that write now about the medicine wheels and fourfold aspects of the psyche and so forth. I did not discover until some time ago that Toni Wolff, Jung's colleague, had anticipated the things that I discovered. I did not realize that she had anticipated this for the feminine. instead of taking the fourfoldness of the psyche in the direction that Jung took it, as being the four functions, Tony Wolff said there are four structural forms in the feminine self. There is the Amazon. Read that, warrior. There is the Hetera. Read that, lover. Hetera. It is a phrase that has to do with, sometimes it's talked about as a daughter lover. For, in Jungian tradition, it's a woman that a man doesn't experience as threatening because she's so loving. She's such a loving companion. There is the medium woman, the medium structure. Medium as in psychic. This would be the magician that I talk about. And she said there is the mother structure. That's the one I associate with the queen. And I did not know until last year, I did not realize that Whitmont had taken that and talked about that in the male psyche. So I want to give them both credit for having anticipated this eightfoldness in the archetypal self. They did not continue to relate it to the structural dynamics that I've worked on, but they certainly did anticipate and see this fourfoldness, these four distinct energies. What I want to emphasize is that in both men and women, there's a dialectical relationship, what we would call today in psychoanalysis a tension arc that exists, a tension arc between the lover line of development and the warrior line of development. Tension between eros and aggression. And there is a tension arc between the ordering, inclusive nurture and the rebellious, contemplative withdrawal of the critic. And that exists in our deep structures. In other words, somewhere in Pope John Paul's unconscious, what do we've got? We've got a pro-abortion, radically liberal Catholic theologian who doesn't believe all this king inflation that the Pope is into. So in other words, there is that tension you see acted out in myth after myth after myth between, and narrative, scriptural narrative between David and Nathan. David the king, Nathan the critic, and so on. That there are these two dialectics. I think this explains a lot of disagreements between Freud and Adler. I don't think it was merely typology like Jung thought. I believe that Freud and Adler were looking at different dialectical tensions in the same structure of the self. And if I had time, which I do not tonight, I can talk about it later, I could refer to other research by non-Jungians that picks up on this fourfoldness. But I think it's important to realize that in terms of archetypes and the self, that cosmos is imaged in world mythology as a city built four square. Shambhala has four gates. There are four rivers in paradise. There are four winds that must be balanced. The Navajo say, if you are to become a healed whole person. The Navajo image of mature personality is four persons standing on the top of four mountains, and so on. So I think what we've got here is an image of in other words, when I finally saw those Tibetan monks doing that sand painting of Shambhala, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh my God, these people are drawing the balancing of these four lines of development, these four separate lines of development in the self. They are picturing the kind of human self, the kind of wholeness and balance in the human self between these four forms of libido that will have to exist if we're going to have the kind of cohesive, empowered selves that it will take to come to as close as we humans can come to a world of peace and justice. See? Now, in the morning, I'm going to address the kind of things that I think the implications of some of this in terms of our public sphere, in terms of our spirituality and our public policy and so forth, in terms of developing and working with these things with persons, particularly with people through the life cycle. Here is the good news for those of us that want partnership between men and women. The good news is that we are all, in our deepest psyche, we are all possessed of this diamond body, which is an image of the balancing of these images, of these energies in the male and female self. Another piece of good news is that we are alike as human selves, as men and women, in that we have the task, we share the task of balancing these four energies in our quest for wholeness. So we are alike in that way. But God, evidently, Jung thought God had a strange sense of humor. You read Answer to Job. Jung had questions about certain aspects of God's very playful nature. And one of the things that you can see in this understanding of the self, the plumbing for this inner world, is that males and females deal with lover and warrior energy asymmetrically. Males are not able to access the garden very well, usually, until midlife. Females have a great struggle accessing their empowered warrior self until midlife. What we are finding is that men and women pass each other like this at midlife. See? There are enormous statistics that show that this is one of the great facts that is fueling divorce in our culture today. And it has enormous ramifications for our task in leadership and spirituality and in the churches and in our counseling with people. Because the task of wholeness is the same. The journey, the trajectory to it is not the same. And it requires that we have enormous empathy for each other at different stages in the life cycle. Because what the wife may be struggling with when she is 40, the husband may have struggled with when he was in his 20s. See? You follow that? Okay, now that I want you to be thinking about, that has enormous implications. And I want to say again, one of the things we do in our immaturity is that we assume that we have outgrown our mentors faster than we really have. Recently, when I was working on these books about this stuff, one of my mentors, Don Browning of the University of Chicago, called me up and he said, "Robert," he said, "there's this book I think you should read. I think it's important for what you're doing." And of course I thought to myself, well, I'm over 40 years old. What do I need to be taking bibliographical references from my old mentor for? So I didn't bother to get it, right? Well, after these books were all in to the publisher, I got this book by Gutmann, the Reclaimed Powers book by Gutmann. What my mentor had tried to give me was a book which had cross-cultural empirical research across the life cycle that documents with empirical evidence the way this model that I've articulated works. So I learned a little lesson there. So recently I had lunch with him and said, by the way, I think you need to give me some more bibliography. Okay, so you have a sense now about what I think the inner geography is and how it relates to apocalyptic fantasy, how it relates to the breakdown of the psyche that leads to violence. So let me open it up. We have just a few minutes to discuss this, and we'll come back to this tomorrow. Yes?
Is it the lack of lover energy that's causing a lot of the addiction and the running into drugs and the looking for the ecstasy?
She's asking about, is addiction related to the lack of lover energy? I think it's more related to the flooding of lover energy. People cannot really recognize substances as dangerous. It's like if you talk to a cocaine addict that's right in the middle of their addiction, they don't understand that it's killing them. So they haven't really been able to develop any sense of clarity about what is dangerous in their environment. And you'll notice this with a lot of addicts. They have no sense of any danger.
But what's driving them to it?
To what?
What's driving them to the experience?
Well, you will notice in a great many addicts tremendous abuse as children. And in other words, if you look at an addict, you will find somebody that's been very, very hurt in this area of the psyche in childhood. They're often flooded, and this is true of those that struggle with depression too. If you're really chronically, severely depressed, addictive, it is often a person that is flooded with this energy. They have no way to contain it or balance it. They have a tremendous trouble with discipline, which of course the balancing opposite would be the capacity to recognize the danger, to be disciplined, to form boundaries between the self and this substance. But in any very disordered personality, you'll find difficulties in all of these. But one of the things that I do is to try to help people understand the way different pathologies relate to different geographies. It's an interesting thing that one of the great researchers on psychopathology, Theodore Milan, who was not until recently Jungian at all. He's recently discovered Jung, of all things. He's in his 60s, and he's now discovered Jung. He's now discovered that psychotherapy should be integrated. It should balance opposites. This is one of our leading psychological researchers. But before he discovered Jung, he was writing about different forms of psychopathology, and he said, you know, there are 4 fundamental forms of psychopathology. There are the psychopathologies of independence. Read that King and Queen. There are psychopathologies of dependence. Read that Lover pathologies. There are psychopathologies of detachment. Read that Magician pathologies. And he said there are psychopathologies of ambivalence. Read that Warrior pathologies. Why warrior? Because a warrior will always, if he doesn't get it under control, he will destroy his base. He will destroy the things that he needs to stand on. He'll destroy the world he needs to live in. So it's that old autonomy versus shame and doubt. If you get too autonomous, you'll lose your relationships. See, so it's always ambivalent. Okay, other questions or comments? We got to let you go. Yes? No.
About Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who deals with so much chaos.
Yes.
And, now she's on the apocalyptic side. And I just think, because Amanda, she lost the queen.
Yeah, yeah. If you deal with so much trauma all the time, see, I mean, you get a sense about what's a spiritual emergency. You get a sense about what's dangerous. If you have a sense of this map, then you realize that if you get to dealing with tremendous traumas, you really need to have some way of connecting to these ordering and generative nurturing energies. Prayer, for example, is connecting, really deeply connecting to this nourishing center. people talk about centering prayer. I think it's not an accident. They talk about centering prayer. It's related to centering, to getting in touch with the source. And Elizabeth Kubler-Ross had worked so much with death, and if you do too much around destructiveness and evil, it can push you into a paranoid place. Because you know, what is it that your intuition is reading out? You're in danger of fragmentation. Well, in the psyche, when you experience incipient fragmentation, what the myth that comes up is the archetypal enemy is near. That myth will come up, and you'll be like the woman. There was this woman I was talking to, and she was having a terrible time in her family and in her home. Really an awful experience as a young woman. And she first started having very satisfying mystical experiences in which she was connecting with some archetypal energy that was really reassuring her that she was real. But she got really into that. It was very seductive. And it was sort of in the lover quadrant, because she started being able to read your mind. You see, when I start being able to read your mind, the boundaries, the membranes are going, and I'm in lover space. And lover space is wonderful. The only thing about it is, if you don't watch it, it's also the universal solvent. It will dissolve all the remaining structures in your psyche. And so she was experiencing this ecstasy. And then the archetypal self came to her rescue. What did it do? It constellated the other side, the other part of the psyche. And suddenly she started having paranoid fantasies, compensating this dissolution. And suddenly people are trying to break into my garage. And she went to the garage, and there wasn't anyone there. She went back. I know somebody's trying to break into my garage. She goes back and there's no one there. And it hits her, I'm really getting crazy. But suddenly, she's out of this place and she's okay. Now get that? Jung talked about the self-regulating aspect of the archetypal self. You see what happened there? The psyche constellated this archetypal enemy, the breaking in burglar, and she responded to that. She wasn't so disorganized that didn't get her attention. Got her attention. So she got defensive. And she got into that, I've got to protect my house. Well, when I've got to protect my house, my boundaries get better. And suddenly, I'm not on that borderline place now. You follow that? See, so it's fascinating to see the way in which these energies balance each other. But when a person is really, really down and fatigued, sometimes they have to have other kinds of containment on this. Other comments before we stop? Yes.
Does this correlate in any way, or is there a translation between Erich Fromm's Anatomy of Human Destructiveness? He deals with it as character traits, life-loving, death-loving.
Yes.
And I'm also wondering, is the pathology really in the self structure, or is it in the ego's relation to it? It seems like we've got an autonomous ego going with Hussein and Hitler and that type of people.
Well, that's a very good question, but it's a subtle question with regard to theoretical formulations. It's like what Jung talked about as the ego. The ego is not exactly the same thing as the contemporary psychoanalytic idea of the self with a little s. That is, the idea of the little s self is a structural formation. It's not the same thing as ego. There are overlaps, but it's not the same thing. And the large S self would be the blueprint. The large S self is the numinous, energy-laden code for the wholeness, for the balance and the wholeness. When we speak of these failures in the actual building of the structure of the little s self, you're talking about something. This is not the same thing as the archetypal self. It would be more closely related to Jung's idea of the ego but it's not quite the same thing as that either. I mean, you got to think about structuralization along archetypal patterns. This, in your deep psyche, in your DNA, there's not an imbalance in this code. In other words, the code, I think in us, the great code is for wholeness. It knows how to do it. In our attempt to build a pyramid, which honors each of these lines, we have the task, you might even put it this way, based on this great sense of the Shambhala, or the great city of God, which is in the codes. We have to build our own version of a Mayan pyramid. And the Mayan pyramid is four-sided, but unlike the Egyptian ones, there's a place on top for you to stand. That's where the Mayan king did ritual for the people. And when we speak of the archetypal king being Lord of the Four Quarters, it's not the king archetype, it is the integration of those four at the top. So when you see that eye of enlightenment on the dollar bill, it is the same location as the Mayan temple. If you've ever been to Chichen Itza or any of the Mayan temples, it's like that is the place where these energies do not go away, and they do not become merged into each other, and they do not become something other than what they are. They just get a very mature expression, and as you image a cohesive self, the cohesive self can access all of these appropriately. See, and then what is regression in this way of thinking? Well, regression occurs. Dangerous regression occurs when we have not put enough energy into one or more sides of this structure. And then you fall apart in a very predictable pattern. And it's very interesting, if you study psychopathology, you can begin to get a sense, even in the way people act out archetypally, what archetype they're acting out in when they're crazy. Because that will be trying to compensate, just like Jung said, the archetypal inflation will be compensating some weakness in the formation of the human self. So when I see a man that's a rageaholic, I'll show you a man who never learned to integrate his aggression. What we're seeing in his rage acting out is not really human aggression. We're seeing a possession, an archetypal possession of the self of this person, who never really got that capacity to build in that aspect of the self. So I mean, there's a lot more to be said about this, and we're out of time. For those of you that want to talk about this a little bit, I'll stick around and talk with you. And tomorrow I'll be talking more about the way this applies to the practical issues of doing therapy with people today. Because if you don't understand, put it this way, if you do not understand which aspect of the self has not been strengthened, then it will be hard to figure out why people have difficulties in the particular places that they have them. And it'll be hard to understand why some people get into possession by archetypal apocalyptic ideas. See, we'll come back to this tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Give me a candle of the Spirit, O God, as I come down into the deep of my own being. Show me the hidden things. Take me down to the spring of my life and tell me my nature and my name. Give me freedom to grow so that I may become my true self, the fulfillment of the seed which you planted in me at my making. Out of the deep I cry unto thee, O God. Amen. Let us welcome again this morning Robert Moore.
Now let us review a little bit together. folks have asked me to talk about films which pick up on some of these themes. I really don't have time to do that really during this address, but if some of you are interested in films and that sort of thing, we probably ought to talk about that around lunchtime, if possible. Others of you have asked me about my work, the tapes and books and so forth that are available. And Annette's asked me to announce the presence of some of these other books on Jungian spirituality back here.
I'm getting shell shock at turning this thing up.
I meant to bring you, I have a brochure which lists all of these things which are available through the C.G. Jung Institute of Chicago, and I meant to bring them down this morning. What I will do is I will bring those down and put them on the table back here, and also we'll leave a list, and any of you that don't get one of those lists of publications and taped lectures, you can put your name on the list, and Jim and Annette can send it to me, and I'll send you one of these things so that you'll have access to all of these. But I will put those back on the table with the books. I'll also put a brochure about the series in Jung and spirituality, which I'm editing through Paulist Press. And there are many volumes in the pipeline on that series, and we hope to keep that series going for many years. I need to find some angels to endow the series, like all these projects that we're involved in. But that will be a continuing resource for you, and I'll put some brochures about that back here, and I'll make sure that Jim and Annette have up-to-date information on that series for each Journey into Wholeness conference. Now, we've got a lot to do this morning, and let me just do a little review now to review where we've been in these addresses, and then what we're going to focus on this morning. You remember we started out with a look at the human propensity to get into apocalyptic fantasies, fantasies of the end of the world, the dissolution of the old order, and the coming of a redeemer, a liberator, who would liberate us from oppression, and who would then institute from the center, from the new center, institute the creation of the new order. And we talked about that in world mythology. We brought the Jungian perspective about the collective unconscious to bear on that. And I made the Jungian tie that we have to understand that at the deepest levels, world renewal and self-renewal cannot be separated. And if we had time, we could talk about how this is really, really clear in Judeo-Christian biblical tradition. It is quite clear that there is a thread running through the Scriptures about the relationship between the creation, paradise, the covenant relationship, the Sabbath relationship, the Ark of the Covenant, and the Ark of Noah, and the vision of bringing the tribes together, and all of these scriptural images of holding containment for the correct order, for the right expression of the will of God. And there are all of these images through the biblical tradition, which, if you understand the pressure toward maintaining a right order, there are all of these images from the importance of the Sabbath to the role of circumcision, to the Ark of Noah, to the Ark of the Covenant, to the image of the temple, to the image of the rebuilding of the temple. All of these things are related to the image of world and image of self that we've been talking about. These are symbolic images having to do with the maintenance of right order with justice and so forth. So, so that's one of the important things. We talked about the imagery. We talked about the tendency for people to get into apocalyptic imagery when they're experiencing a lot of personal or social chaos. We talked about how these are parallels between world deterioration and self-deterioration, and that the processes in the unconscious, in our psychological deep structures, are the fundamental, archetypal, inherited processes of dissolution and renewal which we see imaged in these myths. Now, we took it from there to build upon that insight that Eliade had and Jung had with the work that I have done over the last 25 years or so. That is to say, the Mescalero Apache say there are 4 great-grandfather trees, and each one of these grandfather trees holds up one corner of the world. And if you do not care for and sing for, now you know in the Mescalero, singing is a shamanic act. Your medicine man is a singer. So what is your task in Mescalero Apache spirituality? Each of you must sing for each of the grandfather trees. Because if you do not sing for the tree may die. And if the tree dies, that corner of the world comes crashing down. And we know enough about geometry and physics to know if one corner of the world comes tumbling down, it does not leave any of the other 3 corners unaffected, right? One of these days, I'm going to get a really sharp computer graphics person and have them do this whole thing on computer graphics so you can take home a videotape of that and see what happens when this corner falls down. See what it does to the others. Because I really believe that these things operate on mathematical kinds of principles. It's no accident that the ancient mystics thought that if you really saw into it, that a lot of spiritual truths could be expressed in mathematics. That was some of the earliest mystical teaching. Okay. So from my work, what I believe I've been able to do is not to come up with the idea that there are 4 grandfather trees, or as with the Navajo there are 4 winds, or with the Greeks there are 4 elements, or with the medicine wheel people there are 4 directions. Everybody always knew that. That's not new knowledge. If you look in the collected works of Jung in the 20th volume in the index under Quaternio, he's got hundreds of listings. The 4 faces of God, the 4 rivers of paradise, so forth and so on. My contribution, I think, has been to carefully delineate what the 4 corners are, how they relate to each other, and to emphasize that it matters how we understand the dialectic of opposites, this 2 axes of dialectic of opposites in the psyche. Because if you make the mistake that Tony Wolfe did, and you don't understand that it is eros that balances aggression, you may try to balance eros with nurture. It does not work. You may try to balance aggression with cognition or magician tactics. That does not work. If you try to balance one of the dialectic of opposites here with one of the forces or powers or forms of libido on the other dialectic, you get psychopathology. You don't get balance. Let me give you an example. If you are a male who never really formed boundaries in the first half of life, when you are confronted with great passion and emotional attraction in the rest of your life, you will either be flooded with that emotion and erotic energy and become addicted or depressed, or you will retreat into the magician territory, thereby distancing yourself from the object of your affections. There are thousands upon thousands of men who cannot sustain intimacy for precisely this reason. Their response to the flooding in of love energy is to try to balance it with magician energy. All that does is disconnect. There are many frustrated women in the world who are in love with a man who cannot sustain intimacy and tries to balance it, to balance the intimacy with withdrawal. It does not work. Destroys relationships. Do you follow what I'm trying to get at? It really matters to understand what the inner dialectics are. If you go through a lot of these books that are around, there are a lot of fascinating descriptions of people's ideas of the fours. What are the fours? They're all worth reading because everybody has pattern recognition abilities and they describe patterns. But the step forward of my work, I believe, is to clearly delineate what the tensions of opposites are so that we can be far more effective in a far shorter time of balancing the opposites, of recognizing where energy has not been developed, where a power has not been developed. So if you will study this little map, you will be able to, I think, be far more effective in assessing what is going wrong in a particular personality. And this morning we want to also talk about assessing what is wrong with a particular spirituality or a particular religious tradition. What is wrong with a particular culture? For example, what is wrong with patriarchy? And if you have a sense of what the content of wholeness is, in other words, what I believe we can do by understanding the four quarters, the four powers, the four forms of libido, I believe we are enabled to actually give a researchable, empirical, scientific content to wholeness. There is no reason anymore for us to make that a vague concept that you cannot describe. That does not mean the map is the territory. A lot of people say, well, this is just your idea of a map. Well, all theories are maps. No theory is the territory. But if you want to get from here to Chicago, having a map about how to get to Chicago is not making the trip to Chicago. But if you don't have a map, it's going to be a lot harder to get there. And so I would just say that I think now we have a map of these fundamental deep structures. And in my other work, I try to articulate. Somebody asked me, how do the other archetypes relate? Some of the other archetypes. There are more archetypes than this, absolutely. But again, I say that according to my research, archetypes are not like little pieces of a jigsaw puzzle thrown in a bucket. They do relate to this structure. For example, the archetype of the trickster is a very immature form of the magician quadrant. One notices that in creation myths, the trickster disappears once creation has occurred. A lot of people don't realize the trickster is gone once there is a world. It doesn't mean that that does not express an important function, but the shaman, who is the highest form of the magician aspect of the self, has all of the positive qualities of the trickster and none of the negative ones. The shaman uses magician energy to build community and to create healing, personal and social. The trickster will use magician energy to create chaos. What about the hero? I mean, you get these books about the hero with 1,000 Faces by Campbell and the Pearson work. Campbell and Pearson, like Lord Ragsdale and a lot of the other scholars, tended to equate hero with king. They did not know the difference between the king archetype and the hero archetype. They also did not understand that a hero is an adolescent archetype. A lot of feminists understand this. It's an adolescent male archetype particularly. And this is where the idea that the heroic is the enemy of the feminine has come in. A lot of the attacks we see on so-called heroic male energy has been articulated, and these critics are right about those that would hold up the hero as an ideal. The hero is not an ideal. The hero is a developmental stage in the warrior sector of the psyche. It's an adolescent form and has to do with overcoming the tendency to idealize. In a boy, to idealize the mother, to appreciate the father. There's no question that the hero is an important image of an important process as males come to maturity, particularly, but it is not an archetype of maturity. The hero you would put as an adolescent form, boyish form of the warrior. All of these initiation films, Top Gun, etc., and the older ones that were done in the World War II, they're all about what a young man must learn. He must learn the difference between a hero and a warrior. Hero is a narcissistic grandstander. Warrior serves the community. So, what about the divine child archetype? It is the child form of the king archetype or the queen archetype. So it's no accident that as we await the coming of the king in Advent, we have a divine child. The divine child, if development occurs, becomes the true king or the true queen. And then in the lover quadrant, you get all these images of the seductive boy, particularly one of the clearest forms are the Indian myths of Krishna, or certain expressions of the boy god Hermes. You know, a lot of people associate Hermes with a magician, and I think that's true. But any particular god, the reason using gods to describe archetypes is ineffective is because they always contain more than one archetypal pattern. So Hermes, sure, he's the little thief magician, but he's also a seducer. And that is the same thing we see in the baby Krishna, the young Krishna, the boy lover Krishna, who seduces all the wives, brings them out in the moonlight and dances with them, seduces them all, tricks them and seduces them. So that is the Oedipal child. That's the boy lover. That's Adonis, who is the lover of Venus, and so forth. So in other words, a lot of the archetypes that people are aware of, they too are not random in my view. They express different places on developmental lines within each one of these forms of libido, and each one of these cornerstones are grandfather, grandmother trees of the developing cohesive self. Now, I have said that we get apocalyptic imagery in the individual or in the culture when chaos is getting beyond a certain level. And when chaos, or what the psychoanalysts today call disorganization, when you begin to have incipient disorganization anxiety, or fragmentation anxiety we call it, when fragmentation anxiety gets to a certain place, these archetypal mechanisms, these instinctual mechanisms take over and put us into Armageddon space. Who is the demon who is creating this chaos? Ah, I know what it is. It's those homosexuals. Who is the archdemon who's creating this chaos? Oh, it's these blacks. Or it's these Baptists. Or these Methodists. Or these people from other countries. This is the source of xenophobism. It's the source of racism, all forms of ethnic chauvinism, all forms of malignant tribalism, forms of malignant nationalism, and so on. And so when you get, here's the rule, when you get chaos coming in, that is the functioning order which acknowledges each of these values well enough, when that begins to fail, you start shifting gears into your apocalyptic mind. Now, does that mean that the apocalyptic mind is a bad thing? Absolutely not. Not to me it doesn't. In fact, and there's a deep sense in which these, I said yesterday, these things have evolved. They must be pretty adaptive. If this was not, in some sense, helpful to our species, this particular kind of imagery would not have been selected in natural selection. In sociobiological development, this would not have maintained itself. Can we think of any examples of this? And this morning we should talk together about it. The fact is that if you cannot recognize, if you're a cocaine addict, and you cannot recognize that this is a poison that's killing you, and the people that are selling it to you are killing you, and the people that are supplying them are killing you, then something sort of large is going to have to happen in your psyche to have you form the idea of enemy. And here's one of the problems with Christianity. Christianity has really created enormous difficulty in becoming very balanced in this. Because Christianity, not all the time, but much of the time, and particularly in recent years, what we call sentimental Christianity, it has gotten the idea that love is the answer. Well, love is part of the answer. But love, without being balanced, becomes demonic. And this is extremely difficult for Christians to deal with. And so what do? Well, what we have done is to set people up to believe that they can handle every problem with receptivity. And we have really created, this is one of the ways in which patriarchy has really abused women. Not just women, but it has counseled women. Now, if you're having trouble with the man in your life, then the thing for you to do, there's something wrong. There's something wrong here. You're not being really accepting enough. You're not being warm and feminine enough. You know? Now you just go back to this man. I don't want a lot of us hear a lot about priests that will send the wife back to the battering husband. Say, now you just have to go back to this man and read your Bible about the appropriate wife. And so she goes back to him, and he beats the hell out of her some more. Just beats her and beats her and beats her. And pretty soon, she's dead. And of course, the Christian teacher does not have to go to jail. In my view, I would probably have him go to jail. See? That is, if justice were done, he'd go to jail. Now, this is a big problem now. We haven't even begun to face this. Now, what we have to realize, though, is that I don't believe that this problem is in the Christian mythology, the Christian symbolic structures. I think it is in contemporary theological appropriations which pay no attention to mythological structures. Let me give you an example of this, and then I'll get off this and we'll get into applications. This is a kind of an application, though. In the Christian mythology, and you understand when I say mythology, I don't mean I'm saying it's not true. I'm talking about the symbolic structures, the mythic structures of our way of thinking about life in the world and creation and meaning in God. In our way of thinking, we say that when all things are fulfilled, the lion will lay down with the lamb. Now, it doesn't say the lamb will lie down with the lamb. Think about it now. It doesn't say the lamb will lie down with the lamb. It doesn't say the lion will lie down with the lion. It says the lamb will lie down with the lion. There is an image of love, receptiveness, sacrificial love, receptivity, softness, passivity, being with the most powerful aggressive force that the person in the deserts of the Sinai knew of. Those things are together. The lion doesn't eat the lamb. They are together in an integrated vision. In my view, that is quite clearly an image of love and aggression in a divine balance. Christians in their theology in recent decades have totally lost the sense of the divine warrior. Now, in order to do that, you have to completely throw out the Hebrew Scriptures, which they're most happy to do. But I think it's important for us to realize that there are reasons our Christian myth has phrases like, he came with a sword, he had a sword in his mouth. There was a sword in his mouth. See? Those have to do with the balancing of receptive, soft love with a mature, divinely ordered form of aggression. So we can say that we're looking down at the top of images of cosmos, images of the true city, images of the self. And if you have an opportunity to travel, as I have, through the world, and you go to many of the great temples of the world's great religions, and you look, for example, in Java at the great temple of Borobudur, and you understand this stuff, you think, I'm looking at an externalization of the four quarters of the self. It's world, it's self, it's city. And so, apropos our topic for this morning, any religion or any spiritual tradition which emphasizes one of these powers or two of these powers to the exclusion of the others will create chaos and demonic effects in the world and in the people they lead. Any culture which suppresses one or more of these in either males or females will create demonic effects in personality, in social groups, in society, in the wider world. Any society which has educational systems which neglects one or more of these for either males or females will be, by their very educational system, setting their people up for chaos, violence, poverty, and all of the things that we see around us. Now, what I'm saying to you is that these psychological insights are much too central to human being for us to leave them in the consulting room of Jungian psychologists or any other psychologist. They are not, these things about human being are not commodities to be sold to the highest bidder. These are things which we need to get out of the consulting rooms into public policy. Now, I'm going to share with you a number of examples of what I think we must do if we are not going to be colluding collaborators in chaos for individuals and for communities. Let's take one example. In our contemporary culture, you may have heard recently about the Barbie doll. Did you hear the thing about the Barbie doll? You know, you pick up the Barbie doll and she says, what'd she say? Anybody see that? You know what she said? Pick up Barbie and she says, ooh, math is hard. Now, I want you to think about this. Now, you can laugh, but it's awful. This is not funny. If we laugh about it, we're in denial, see, because I'm not lucky enough to have a little girl. But if I had a little girl and the toy makers of my society were giving her toys that told her that she is stupid and cannot learn math, in effect, it's saying her magician is defective. That is only one example. Our culture socializes young females to think they are incapable in all kinds of ways intellectually. Now, I'm a person that's very proud of the intellectual achievements of the male mind. I don't apologize for that to anybody. However, we must talk about the truth. And the truth is that patriarchal culture has cursed the mind, the magician powers of the females of our species. Not randomly, systematically. Now, is that all? Absolutely not. Look at the athletics budgets in our universities. Now I'm going to meddle, see. Any public educational system which does not put equal funds into competitive sports for females is perpetuating a number of extremely demonic, dangerous trends. A young woman who has not explored her competitive aggressiveness in a contained environment in which she is helped not to be ashamed of her aggression, but to be proud of it, where she is trained not to be ashamed of her capacity to overcome a powerful opposition by concerted, planned effort and teamwork. Any educational system which does not systematically put its money where its mouth is on this is perpetrating and continuing the socialization of young females into passivity. But it's worse than this. It's not just passivity. a lot of domestic violence occurs. This is not politically correct, but I'm going to say it anyway. When young females who have not been helped to channel their aggression in very focused and controlled ways go into rages with their partners. When you go into a rage, you say things that you know will kill the partner's soul. There's a lot of verbal violence and abuse by females against males. Males are lousy at verbal warfare. And what typically tends to happen is that a male who is beginning to melt down because of narcissistic insults will move his aggression into physical expression. Now think about this. Who is to blame here? Well, the entire culture is, because the male has not been helped as a young boy to articulate feelings so that he can express his aggression verbally in a way that is equal to the female. They've never helped him understand when he should get up and leave the room. He's been taught never leave the battlefield, overcome the enemy at any price. But the fact that the young female has been socialized into being nice makes it impossible for her to regulate her rage. There are just as many female rageaholics as there are male rageaholics, contrary to popular myths. And a lot of the domestic violence we see is directly related not just to male physical aggression, but to female verbal rageaholism. Now, do you hear what I'm saying? That is to say, if we do not look at the causal factors of this in our educational systems and in our culture, then we can just blame all these people and say, oh, isn't it terrible how these people act out? Isn't it awful that they, we have to take them down to the treatment center? Oh, well, that's great. Let's blame the victims here, both of them. What we have to do is to look at the way our legislature legislates money for the sports program of the University of Alabama and Auburn University and the University of Arkansas and et cetera on through the things. And when the feminists come and say to us, this is not fair, people need to do a little more thinking before they think these are just some fringy people that are suggesting ridiculous things. That what do the women need all that sports money for? Do you follow what I'm saying? Anybody that doesn't follow what I'm saying? That is to say, we have to think, what about public policy? We have to think about public policy. We have to look at every aspect of public policy, every aspect of education, and ask which of these virtues in their mature forms is our particular school system not teaching for both males and females. Not just for males, not just for females. Home economics for females when I was a kid, Home economics for females. Shop for the guys. Well, I wish I'd had more shop. I'm not knocking that. I still have a hard time, using a screwdriver sometimes. Being a good intuitive type, What's that? So I should have had more shop, and that's another insight, see. We're not doing a good enough job with males on helping them with their competitive energies, getting them channeled into healthy forms. We're doing a lousy job with that. So it's not that we're doing such a great job with the males. We're not. But we have to look at these four forms of development, the four, you know what Aristotle called these things? I didn't know Aristotle understood all this. I was lecturing in Washington, and there's this wonderful man by the name of Jody Palmore, who is a paraplegic. but a philosopher of great skill, particularly an Aristotelian philosopher. Does a lot of mentoring with young men in the Washington, D.C. area. He pointed out to me, he said, Robert, you need to study Aristotle. My response, I used to teach ancient philosophy. What's that got to do with this? Well, he says, I want you to notice the four cardinal virtues are describing exactly what you're talking about. Aristotle spoke about that centuries and centuries and centuries ago. What do you mean? Well, courage is a warrior virtue. Prudence, you know what prudence is? Anybody know what prudence is? A lot of people call it prudence in the South, and in the Northeast, but do you know what it is? Anybody define it? It is magician, but how would you define prudence? It's a kind of wisdom. It is being able to anticipate the consequences of a series of actions. That's pretty close to wisdom. If I do this, such and such is going to happen. So I can take responsibility for that particular line of actions. So prudence is a magician virtue. You're absolutely right. Temperance. Temperance, lover virtue. It never meant what the Women's Christian Temperance Union thought it meant. Temperance is being able to get as much erotic stuff into your life without making you crazy as possible. That's what it's about. They knew that if you get more than a certain amount of erotic stuff in your life, it just dissolves everything. Love, I always love to say, is the universal solvent. It will destroy whatever structures exist if you have too much of it. And what about the fourth cardinal virtue? You know what it is? Justice. That's a king and queen virtue. So classics education does have something to do with today. And if we're not, in our social public policy, educating for courage, prudence, temperance, and justice, we're dropping the ball badly. Okay. So you can think of all sorts of expressions of this. Let me talk just a moment about some of my favorite horrible topics. Now, it is a mark of how completely misguided a lot of our leadership is that they believe that passing gun control laws is going to stop the violence in our society. A number of you and I have conversed about that. It's not that some rational gun control enforcement is not needed. My sense is that probably we will all be like one big Winnetka soon. Winnetka, Illinois. I mean, there'll be Winnetka-style gun laws on the books everywhere. But this is not going to deal with the problem at all. Anybody that has honest relationships with law enforcement officers that are on the street dealing with this know that. You cannot substitute maturation. I mean, you cannot substitute removal of one particular form of weapon from the hands of law-abiding citizens for facing the task of maturation of young males' aggressivity. It's impossible. It will not be effective. The only thing in the world that's going to give us a chance to lower the violence in our society is facing the challenge of mentoring of young males, period, all over the planet. No one wants to hear this because they do not want to be involved with them. Period. They hate to hear me say this. Who wants to take the time to do this? People are not lining up in most of our cities to volunteer. Now, I'm not a pessimist. I don't think that's solely because they have no interest whatsoever in that. I think it's because they don't understand why this would be relevant to the situation. There are hundreds upon thousands of retired, outstanding men who are spending their lives on the golf course getting brain dead. They have no idea that they are radically important for the future of our civilization, because our society has done everything it can do to teach them that they are useless and worthless and should get out of the way. Now I'm going to tell you how we could turn our situation around in a decade max. 1 decade max, probably less. We could recruit from the AARP. We could institute networking connections between correctional institutions that deal with first-time offenders. Now, if a person is someone who is afraid of his shadow, we wouldn't want to pair him up, although he'd probably grow a lot in the experience. But I'd start with all of those lieutenant colonels, Marine lieutenant colonels, that are out there playing golf, you know. I'd start with those former Green Berets, and I'd pair them up with these boys that think they're tough. This could be done in less than a year. We could have this done in less than a year. It's a simple logistical matter that any person with any sensation function could attend to. Now, there are a lot of young criminals, quote unquote, in our society, but the gross number is not large compared to the number of adult males 55 and over. It would be very easy to assign a young man not one, but 2 mentors, etc. I mean, you can use your own creativity. The fact is, this problem is not intractable and incapable of solving. Once you understand that the wisdom of our species for over 1 million years is that young men are crazy if they don't have older men invested in their lives. Period. Fact. Take it to the bank. Platinum plated. Now, do we see any evidence that our leaders understand this at all? No. They're going to build more prisons and they're going to pass laws that are going to outlaw guns. Well, this is blaming the victim. It is allowing young minority males predominantly to take the blame for the moral abdication of the entire civilization. Now, I'm not kidding about this. You and your children have a deep investment in this. If we do not address this problem of passivity and abdication of older males, the women are not going to get off. I'll get to you in a minute. But if we do not face this passivity and abdication of older males in their responsibility morally, politically, ethically, every possible way, spiritually, for the holocaust of young males in our world, then your grandchildren are very likely to live in hell. the crime rates are growing, poverty rates are growing. According to what we know about developmental psychology, and I've laid it out for you, given what we know about what it takes to build a cohesive self, I'm saying the task of having a cohesive little less self is not like Freud thought. You don't take your whisk broom and go out to the archaeological dig and dust it off and, oh, now there it is, my mature self. I just dug it up. That's unfortunately not the way it works. A mature self has to be built just like a house. Jim and Annette recently built them one so they can understand this. But it's building a house. And so if we do not face up to how much energy it takes to build a mature human, how much nurture, how much empathy, how many resources it takes to build a mature adult, then we can just sort of go along whistling while everything goes to hell. And everything is going to hell rapidly. And with increased poverty, I will guarantee you that you will not be safe in your mountain hideaways. Already there is much more awareness in rural areas of increasing crime. And the interesting thing to me is all these bright, Ivy League, educated people, otherwise intelligent, haven't got a clue, not a clue about what's going on about this stuff. They cannot face up to this at all. And unless we're able to get to some of these people and help them start coming up with simple, straightforward, challenging responses to this in public policy, not governmental necessarily at all, we have to have people sign on to pull their weight. Now, I said that the women shouldn't get off on this. And they cannot, I think, because we have to face up to the fact that patriarchy has set it up so that females have been socialized in such a way that males are expected to fix things in terms of, for example, violence on campus for co-eds. We have to understand, if we're not educating, we mothers and grandmothers, if we are not educating our daughters about the importance of their taking responsibility for their personal safety and preparing themselves to consciously assume responsibility for their personal safety, then we are colluding with the sadomasochistic pattern that's established in our society. And it's amazing. I see very few women anywhere, certainly not in our churches. I do not see women insisting that their daughters and granddaughters take self-defense courses. Now think about this now. This is amazing. This is a female collusion in rape. When the women professors and the women ministers and the grandmothers and the mothers in a church do not consciously get this issue online and do not have seminars ongoing for young women about rape on campus, then women are declaring bankruptcy. They are colluding with patriarchy in saying, well, if only those boys wouldn't be bad, everything would be fine. Well, the bad news is this. If we wait around until there's not bad boys around, that really is going to be the eschaton. So our churches are going to have to get out of this idea that a good Christian woman is one that does not know how to defend herself. You hear what I'm saying? Got to look at the statistics on rape on campus. It's not all a matter of a few feminists hollering politically correct mottos. There is a lot of rape on campus. And so that's just one example, and I emphasize the problem of violence because it is so large and growing in our society. And I see so little even consciously expressed concern except a lot of whining. There's a lot of whining, but that doesn't really do anything, you know. And we've got to press ourselves to responsibility on this. Okay, I could go on and on and on and on, but let me just ask you to put in your bit of creativity here. What other public policy issues do you see in government, education, religion, whatever, that needs to become more focused in our awareness if we are not going to continue perpetrating the lack of development of different aspects of the self? Yes?
I would say that the mentoring model needs to be passed to women, because women don't mentor other women.
What? Say that again.
Women don't mentor other women. And
Are y'all going to let her say that?
yeah.
Not like
Safe for her to say it, you don't. To make it in the world, in the successful business world, most men attach to an older, even in corporations, attach to an older, wiser person to get them through the system. Women notoriously eat their young.
That's right. That's true.
I'm just amazed at the honesty here.
I mean, it's true. Men need to mentor men, but women, older women, we need older women as role models in the world.
I tell you what, I appreciate so much your naming this. Mentoring is a key for both genders, see, because that is really one word we have that we can kind of grasp onto that relates to this king and queen function. That is really something. But you are so right. I have seen so many, and I get this now, our august, brilliant, wonderful, insightful Jungian analysts, women. I have been amazed at the abusiveness of some of these older women analysts toward younger women who want to be analysts. And I have sat in exams, and I happen to know about other exams in which the older women analysts, Jungian analysts, have not acted as if they really wanted these young women to make it. Now that's what you're talking about, and we have to de-idealize these analysts. Just because you've had 15 years of analysis doesn't mean they ever got it. And I can guarantee you that anybody who is not a decent I don't mean a great mentor, a wonderful, perfect mentor, but I mean anybody who's not a decent mentor, they have not gotten it. Because that not being able to mentor is a sign of continuing narcissistic issues, self-involvement. And so that's a very important thing, and I don't know how, practically speaking, to have that develop, but we need to have some ideas about that, because this is a practical thing. Churches should be having programs on women and mentoring, I would think. Any other thoughts on that, about how that could be focused and developed?
We call it Stephen Ministry.
That's something that's done in Stephen Ministry?
It's matching younger women with older women and that have got similar circumstances.
Wonderful.
And so it is being done on a very small scale.
Yeah. Well, now, if it could see, one thing that's very important is to name these things in public ways so they get on the table, so that they're not hidden under some other rubric. Because if we will put it up on top, let me just give you an example that fits what you're saying. In my city, we have all this young male violence, but we have all these young female pregnancies. Now, I think that the lack of female mentoring in a mature way relates to the runaway pregnancies, just as the male violence relates to the lack of male mentoring. So that is another example of it. So it has all kinds of ramifications in society. Other comments back here.
Do you see a similar problem in finding male mentors in numbers that would be capable of nurturing young males?
It's a problem, and it's a result of having had grandfathers who had fathers that didn't know how to mentor, and uncles that didn't know how to mentor, and fathers that didn't know how to mentor. And so you get into your generation, and the men look at you. You know, we need you to mentor. We'll see this with men's groups. Say, here's a guy there at the group, and he's 65, and he's been a very powerful person in his company, but he's there, you know, in his passivity, right? And the young men in their 30s will come up to him and say, okay, you're going to sit in front, on the front row, and you're going to be one of our elders. And there's fear in the eyes. Who, me? I don't have anything to say. But, see, now that's where we stop. And that's exactly where we should not stop. Because if a person doesn't know, if they are not called upon by younger people to say, I need you as a mentor, now you know some stuff, now sit down and tell me. What is it I should know? See, there's got to be a demand there. And so, in other words, there are a lot of people with potential as mentors, but we have not set it up so they ever get asked to do it, and they've never had a program which would help them read some things about mentoring and have a small group experience about mentoring skills. Now, in this room, there are enough professional mental health people who know all about skill development and facilitation. And if you gave them an assignment, okay, 6 months from now we're going to have this workshop on mentoring skills, and we're going to let all the people in the churches in the area know that we're going to have this workshop on mentoring skills. These people could come up with a great program about mentoring skills. And it could be, look, mentoring is not any harder than all kinds of other things we have workshops to teach. Yes?
That groups are totally based on mentoring.
Yes, that's right.
And there are a lot of those around.
Yes, absolutely. But you know, she's talking about 12-step programs, and see, this is another thing. You know, we human beings are kind of funny. You know, we don't relate different places of our lives to other places of our lives. It doesn't occur to us that a real good AA sponsor who's got 35 years doing this would be a real good mentor for somebody else for some other issues. Doesn't occur to us. And so we don't use the resources that are available, is what you're getting at. And I think we have to start looking at this in a fresh way. Now, my point is very simple. Look, what do the elders of the village do in order that there is peace and love and healing and prosperity in their community? They do what is necessary. That's what that's about. You do what is necessary. So rather than saying, well, we don't have any people that can mentor, well, if we don't have people that can mentor, well, we develop them. When do we develop them? As soon as possible, yesterday. How do we do it? Any which way we can. That's what I like to say, street magic. You get out of this nice professional model where you have to have somebody with 14 degrees to do it. And you get on with the task. Yes?
Well, I just wanted to make a statement of observation in our community that the retired men and women are wanting so badly to do something that's effective, and the only thing, one of the things that seems to be most easy to go to, that seems to be helpful, is to work at shelters. We have a large shelter called
caring and sharing hands. And these people, retired people, just swarm there to help. So their hearts are open, but I agree with you that if they had that idea that they could be effective in an organized way of mentoring, they would.
I think, I agree with you. I don't think we don't have people with good hearts. I just don't believe that at all. I tell you what we got, though. We've got a lot of people that we have taught that they are retired. What a disastrous idea. I'm in favor of passing a constitutional amendment. We cannot use the word retirement anymore. I know we'd get in trouble with free speech and everything. But it really is destroying us. And it's almost like we do not expect any creativity of our people once they get 55. And the thing is, what do you do if you're a CEO in a company and you have a task to do? If you're any good at all, you've got a team you develop. And you don't have a fantasy you have all the answers. You have a team. You know the questions. And you get the people around, you develop your team, and you present the problem, and you expect you expect some plans to be brought up, and then you expect very shortly to be deciding on a plan, imperfect though it may be, to expedite. It's called leadership. And we have a leadership vacuum. That's what we're talking about here. But that doesn't mean we don't have people that have proven records as leaders. That's the thing that irritates me no end. I am so irritated with the fact that we've got all these decorated military officers on that golf course, and all of these communities in chaos. And our so-called leadership in politics and church and everywhere else it has not occurred to them that we've got a problem here. We've got all these incredible people who are not being directed to engage our terminal problems. So I mean, this is a big issue. Yes. Stand up, please, and say your name.
My name is Millicent. I think that these older people do know what's going on. In other countries, they have the Buddhistic philosophy.
Yes.
They have the philosophy of honoring others.
Yes.
And a mentor would do that.
Yes.
You wouldn't have to be so detailed about it.
That's right.
I think.
Yes. Well, this whole idea of honor, the whole idea of teaching respect, and see that honoring and teaching respect is very fascinating to me. Recently, a group of people did research around the world among the poor of the world, and they asked them what they wanted, what was the thing they valued the most. They could have said anything: food, water, you name it. What they said was respect. And this relates to the most important findings in psychoanalysis. That is to say that if you do not treat persons with respect, and if you do not teach respect as a part of your educational program, then you create rage and violence. So the thing that we've got to do, we can't come up with all the answers on this in this conference, but we do need to go to people in positions of leadership and challenge them to address these kinds of questions for public policy. Yes, back here. Yes, you. Stand up and say your name, please.
Martina Linehan. When young people are interviewed, I've heard recently gang members and that kind of thing, when they're asked about why they do it, it's exactly what you're saying, that the whole reason that they're motivated to get into this to begin with is because they want some respect, and they think this is how you do it, and they're just going in the wrong direction. And you hear it a lot in the jails, too.
Well, these young men understand the value of respect. They understand that it's something that's needed. They understand they do not get any of it. The methods they use do get them certain kinds of respect, but it's sort of expensive because you tend to die real soon. And so here's one of the things. For example, you know that church I mentioned, the Trinity UCC Church in Chicago? Now, see, lest you think that that what I'm talking about are just ideas that have no grounding in reality, you need to know these people have in their church, they have a lot of outstanding black men who are martial arts black belts, and they run a martial arts ministry for the young men of this church. Now, you want to ask me what is an effective way to teach young males about respect? Is when spiritually committed older men who happen to be a karate black belt or 7th degree karate black belt and who was an instructor for the Green Berets, in the context of their church, has them understanding the importance of being morally and spiritually responsible for their aggression on behalf of the community, putting it in the context of spiritual values, and teaching them that it is not a manly act to take a 9mm gun and shoot a classmate. Now, this is not something that's just an idea. This is being done as I speak in Chicago in this outstanding church. Now, it's not just there either. It's being done lots of other places. So this kind of thing is being done. It's something we have to wholesale, though. And here's this thing about leadership. Now, who in this room, who is the leader we await? See? Rumi says, light the candle that's in their hand. In other words, you're a forest of leaders. And if your response is, who, me, that's your shadow. See? Because down in your shadow is a leader that makes you nervous. See? I'm not kidding you. So this is the thing we've got to face. We've got this archetypal fantasy of the Redeemer Messiah. And it's all around, and we kept thinking, well, we've got to elect the right president, or we've got to elect the right governor, or we've got to elect the right mayor. And as long as we think that way, and as long as we encourage people to think that way, we're just contributing to the problem. Who is the leader that we await? Well, it is you. That's the leader we await. And this is it's something I say to people all over, and it's very scary right at first, but only right at first. Because if you can get past your initial, oh no, and then you can say, well now, what could I do on these things? It's amazing how fast you come up with a list as long as your arm of things you could do. Okay, other people, let's see, it's now 10:30. How long do we have, 30 more minutes? Okay, back here.
I want to share a strategy, because that's what you said, make your strategies public. And it's a very strange strategy that I was a part of a long time ago, 20 years ago.
Stand up so people can hear you, please.
Oh, all right. It's a strange strategy that I was involved in 20 years ago. I am white, and at that time, a Yankee, who had moved to the South and started to work around farm issues in the South, and found someone who worked with me as a partner who was a white gay man. Mm-hmm. And we looked at community organizing in the South and saw that most of the leaders were black and white, very aggressive men. And we said, this is a problem. And it causes the movement to fall back in on itself. And in terms of replicating power-holding structures that already exist that are just going to cause the whole thing to collapse. But at any rate, what we decided was that we would always choose, if possible, young women to be the organizers with farmers. And the result of that was, and this was information we got back from people in like foundations in New York City and people who've been in the movement a long time, that we were more effective at bringing white and black farmers together than any other group that they had seen in the South at that time. And it's interesting for me. I can't put it together in my thinking function, which I've just learned about, but somehow I think it has something to do with that, and it has something to do with who are the leaders and where can they...
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Now look at this, see. In our cultural stereotypes, see, that couldn't possibly be true. But it was true. So what do you think? So what happens is that is when you provide persons who fill in some of the spaces that have been undeveloped, people are wired very deeply. They understand at a level below the conscious level that there's something right about this and respond. And I think we would find all kinds of things changing if women would, here's back to your thing, if women would get more behind female leaders. You know, the research shows that men are more open to female leaders than females are. And so what needs to happen is that particular warp in consciousness to be addressed, like you were, that's an example of addressing that. So another thing, you see, there's a lot of primate studies that show that when males are at loggerheads in conflict, primate studies, you know, studies of orangutans and other of our cousins, that when the female of the species comes in a situation of male conflict, often the young female primate will move into the situation and reach over and pat each of the males, and the impasse will be dissolved and things will go on. In other words, her role is not just as a sexual object in primate culture. She often functions as a conflict mediator. And so that's one of the things I've had a lot of fun doing, looking at, we are 98.6 the same DNA as chimpanzees. You haven't heard that. Have you read the book The Third Chimpanzee by Jared Diamond? We know so much more now than we did 20 years ago about the particular evolutionary paths of our DNA. And it's an intriguing thing. But even the primate studies show the importance of the female leader in primate culture. So other comments and questions and ideas about engaging these public policy issues? Yes.
Don Bessinger, I'm intrigued by the deeper implications of the popular and political science term self-government.
Yes.
One can see a constitutional crisis looming
Yes.
from all the violence
Yes.
if we don't rapidly disseminate this deeper level of the term meaning in the term self-government.
Yep. John Perry has a book that never got many people didn't find out about it, and I wish maybe we could get that in the bookstore for Journey into Wholeness. It's called The Heart of History. And somebody, wasn't a very good editor, didn't help John choose a title because that doesn't tell you much. The Heart of History. Well, what's that? Actually, the book is about the way in which in history the sacred king image of carrying authority has become integrated into the individual and made democracy possible. So that's what that's one of the things you see. That as this stuff becomes integrated, not projected out on political figures, but integrated into the self of individuals, then democracy becomes possible. We start having the kind of citizens who will hold a government accountable. We still haven't got the kind of citizens, when people say you have the kind of government you deserve. Well, there's a lot of truth to that. That these congressmen are not demagogues. They have to be inspected constantly. Don't expect what you don't inspect. And so the formation, there it is again, what you're saying, Don. It's like the formation of the self is a requirement if you are to have a functioning commonwealth. And all the people that want to say that psychology is irrelevant for social justice are just totally out of touch. Yes, somebody else had their hand. Yes.
The author again, please.
John Perry. He's the guy who taught me a lot of what I understand about the role of the king and queen in the psyche. And he's got a lot of fascinating books, particularly Roots of Renewal and Myth and Madness, which is another one that's wonderful about transformative processes in psychotics. But the book that is relevant for Don's point is The Heart of History. It's not a good title. Somebody should have helped him title it. But it's about the maturation and integration process of getting this king and queen off of pharaohs and sacral kings, then into a kind of a Hebrew form of kingship, which the king knew he wasn't God, and then in the incarnation in Christ, you see all that stuff comes into the human, and then continuing right out of that, you get democracy, in which the cohesive self is the vessel which makes possible a democratic civilization. And without the four cardinal virtues, democracy, as Plato said, deteriorates into tyranny of the masses. So this is a part of our issues. Other comments? Yes.
I wonder, could you speak to introversion and extroversion on this? If we were a bunch of extroverts, we'd be ready to get out there and do all this stuff.
Yes.
I think we're 9/10 introverts.
Yes, that's right. Jungians.
I don't think most of them are ready to get out and do anything because they're turned into the inner life.
Yes.
And if you could speak to this in relation to this
Yes.
reaching out here.
Yes, there are a lot of Jungians that think you ought to camp out on the banks of introversion. By the waters of introversion I lay down. And there are a lot of Jungians that will also give you this about myth. They'll say, find your myth and live it. Well, that's the same thing. Because if you understand anything about the spiritual, psycho-spiritual mandate of wholeness, then if you find yourself painfully introverted, you need to accept that you have an extroverted shadow. And that extroverted shadow deserves blessing. And the individuation question becomes, how do I get my extroverted shadow blessed? And you can even raise the question in terms of your family development. How is it that my extroverted shadow did not get blessed in the first place in my family? Who was it that shamed my extroversion? And if you're a Southerner, that's easy. Everybody. You know, we Southerners are taught, now don't you get too high, you hear? Don't you get too uppity. Get too big for your britches. And you done got out of your place. Now that's what we call a shame culture. So you scratch the surface of a southeastern United States Southerner, get beneath that nice facade, a lot of active independent shadows in there. And of course the whole thing about redneck, you know, I mean, we rednecks, you know what, redneck, well that's that rage response right down around the collar, you know. Well, what's that? Well, that's extroverted, active, independent shadow. So we Southerners will smile at you. We'll smile at you no matter what the situation. But if you treat us a certain way, X number of times, we will then kill you. Of course we got to have a conference about Southeasterners, you know. Just about Southeastern, because, you know, of course we Southeastern men would do it with style and grace. And in the old days, we used to have a lovely, decorated, engraved set of dueling pistols. Some of you still have them in the family. You know, these dueling pistols. It was something, or a lovely, decorated sword to duel with. And so... they're telling me now that we're out of time. They're waving at me back there. Hi, guys. What you want, huh? Well, we could go on and on and on, but let me just say that this stuff is not just meta-theoretical stuff. That is to say, if we don't balance the four quarters and we don't get it involved in public policy pretty soon, we're... Hey, this is Robert Moore at Journey into Wholeness, Kanuga. And we're in our afternoon dialogue session. And in this hour and a half time that we have together, you're setting the agenda. Anything goes, just don't get us sued. Whatever you... So why don't we have as our understanding that you will stand and say your name and put your thing on the agenda, put your cards on the table, whatever you want to call it, and we will try to engage it and use this time together. As far as I'm concerned, as I said earlier today, in this field of spirituality and Jungian thought, we can't really separate the public from the private, finally, or the psychological in any kind of clean way from the spiritual. So anything that is pressing you and you have some passion about, why don't you raise that and we will stay with it as long as we can. Yes, back here. Say your name and... Right back here, Frank. She's first, you're second. Go ahead.
My name is Cheryl Gosum. I live in Atlanta. And I wondered what relationship you saw between personality type and the propensity to be sucked into apocalyptic fantasy and also to then becoming an activist about it.
Ah. Wow. That's a great question. I don't know whether you picked up this on the tape, but the question is about what is the relationship between personality type, potential for being possessed by apocalyptic fantasies, and the likelihood that one may actually get involved in some very activist way about it. Now, in my view, this is where Jungian psychology really needs to reappropriate some of its early heritage of empirical research. This is a research question. And it's something that could be researched. There are a lot of instruments now being generated, which are psychological empirical research instruments. And we should be doing a lot more with actually testing that question. Anything I would give to you right now would just be off the top of my head. But I can say a few things that would occur to me about that. And that is, if a person's intuition function is not very maturely integrated, then they will tend to experience fantasies and imagination in very archetypal ways. That is, compulsively archetypal ways. One place we see this, for example, among clinicians. If you have a clinician who is a sensation type, let's take, for example, someone who is an introverted sensation type. Often their extroverted intuition will be deeply in their shadow, which means, of course, that it's not that well developed and certainly not very well integrated and certainly not very well grounded in anything too solid. And so the archetypal realm of the collective unconscious will come in the back door there. And so one of the things we notice about clinicians that have that kind of configuration, if they've not worked on developing their intuition, they will tend to have very elaborate prognoses for a patient that have nothing to do with reality. See? And often they will be negative prognoses. Not always, but will often be among psychological clinicians. They'll say, this person looks perfectly normal, but I have this sensation about them. There probably is a psychotic core in there, just waiting to break loose. And I know at least they're a borderline organization underneath this apparent, fairly well-organized neurotic. Now, There may not be any psychotic core there at all. There may not be any borderline organization there at all. But if this person's intuition is real primitive, not very well online, then they will have these vague fantasies of catastrophe. So I think you would think about this larger issue in a way that's related to how you would think about a clinician's utilization of their intuition. Of course, it's not just sensation types that get into weird things with their intuition, right, Jungians? But I think it's interesting that, for example, Jungian people tend to know this apocalyptic territory. We recognize it. But Jungians will tend to say, look at this interesting mythic structure here. This reminds me of so-and-so. And so they will amplify, context, relativize, and they will not usually become totally possessed by one myth. See? And of course, there's a whole wing of the Jungian community that, the archetypal psychology wing, they don't want to really get too invested in anything. So that's a way of saying that in the Jungian community, which is heavily intuitive, there's a capacity to get into this territory, but it's not so easy for them to get possessed by that particular myth. Why? I'll go into that more tonight. Because the apocalypse fantasy is much more warrior territory than it is magician territory. Jungians tend to love magician space. And I'll map that out a little bit for you tonight about how that is. Jungians love to do comparative interpretations. That's what a magician does, Magicians don't fight wars. They interpret all the possible battle strategies. And so if you get a person that's really into that magician stuff, they will give you all the possible interpretations, but they wouldn't go to war for any of them. Say that louder.
Sometimes the warrior finds them.
Often yes. Now why? He says sometimes the warrior finds this magician and then they lose their heads. Now what's going on there in your mind?
I'm just thinking of some organizational struggles that I've been a part of. So I've seen.
They're all over the place, this kind of struggle. And that is the person that's more into the messianic leader place in the psyche. We'll go into that geography tonight. But if somebody's got their feet in the messianic leader, they do not want to be told about all of the alternate interpretations of the strategies after a certain point. They see that as passive-aggressive. And they also, it's that thing that comes in, and you've noticed this among fundamentalist Christians, and it's not just among fundamentalist Christians, it's among fundamentalists of every stripe. They don't have a sense of humor about this, and it's like, you're either for us or you're against us. Now tell me which right now. I think I got an idea about where you stand. But tell me right quick. Now that's a warrior talking. And anybody that is into this Armageddon fantasy, you got to understand that the space of struggle, the plane of struggle, whether it's the Mideast or the classroom or the church or whatever, when you get into this apocalyptic space, it's a plane of struggle, and you'll notice something. Everything polarizes. There's sheep and goats. It's not Baptist and Methodist. It's sheep and goats. And there are enemies and allies. Period. If you haven't seen that new movie, Gettysburg, get a real good 3-night sleep before you go. I'm serious. You can see this Armageddon space acted out there. And you can see the way in which this type of space polarizes everything, and then no quarter. So that is related to typology in that the intuitive function tends to fuzz things up. You know, you want to look at it a little bit longer before you march off to Little Round Top. Those Civil War buffs here will get that. Okay, other comments. I believe you had back here, I believe you were the second. Yeah.
Frank Gary.
Yeah, Frank.
In terms of this morning's talk, Robert, there seems to be an imperative coming from the cultures and the religious traditions that there is to be a destruction before there will be this new life.
Yes.
And so in terms of where we are, my question is it really an imperative or basically is it an invitation? But in terms of some of the quotes that you gave, it sounds very strong.
Yes.
The quote in terms of the Muslim tradition was
Yes.
very clear in terms of the necessity of being a destruction before you have the evolution of the new community or the culture of the new life.
Frank is emphasizing this thing that he observed in these quotes that I gave this morning, the imperative about this world dissolution that you hear in these texts. And I think that's an accurate emphasis. There is an imperative. It's not just from the traditions. I think a Jungian has to say, look, the word is more serious than that. If it were just a matter of coming from Islam or something like that, it could conceivably be dealt with politically. Maybe not successfully, but you could try to deal with it just politically. The Jungian response to that is the one that Jung gave in the 30s. This is coming from the inside of the human animal. This is a part of the hardware of the 2 million year old human being in their socio-biological evolution. This means this is something that is not going to go away, and it is a compulsion if it is unconscious. That is, if the more unconscious it is, the more primitive it is. The more primitive it is, the more loaded with numinous sacred energy it is, or libido, as the psychoanalysts would say, more archaic libidinal energy. Today in psychoanalysis we would say it like this, and some Jungians might not like it, but this is really what it is. The more grandiose exhibitionistic energy there is in it. In other words, the less amenable to rational engagement it is. And the more invested narcissistically persons, groups, nations, and faiths are invested in. Let me go over that again. The more narcissistic investment, the more primitive this thing is, the more narcissistic investment there is in the fantasy. Now, what does that mean in ordinary language? Well, it means that my sense of self is tied up in it. And if you try to separate me from that fantasy, it's like you're taking a scalpel to the back of my head and trying to cut the back of my head off. And I'm going to react to you like you were taking a scalpel to the back of my head. I mean, this is what's very important for us to understand. Here's the $150 word for that. Self-object transference. Written as one word, self-object. A self-object transference. What does that mean? That means that the self in a person that is possessed with this stuff is very fragile, very weak, has not really fully formed. It means that these archetypal fantasies are actually completing the unfinished self. See? Now that's a dangerous situation. Why is that dangerous? Well, it's dangerous because if I have a very fragile self and I'm clinging to an archetypal mythic fantasy to bolster my sense of self-esteem, tell me a few things you know about me. What will that do to me, practically speaking? Well, if you fool with me very much, you'll shatter my sense of identity, and then how will I react? Aggressively, violently, out of my rage. Now, my rage that I'll have will be a result of a fragmentation, anxiety. And so what we've got to understand today, like Martin Marty at the University of Chicago has been running this study of worldwide fundamentalism. They've done really good scholarship. The only thing they have not done very well is the psychology. That's kind of like saying, well, you know, we have a new garage. It is a wonderful garage for working on our Mercedes or our BMW. The only thing it doesn't deal with is engines and transmissions and clutches, you know. It's a great garage, it just doesn't deal with those things. And so we've got all these studies of fundamentalism that do not know what enormous narcissistic investments are in these apocalyptic myths. Now, this is something this is a practical problem, folks. We're going to be dealing with this in the next, for the next agenda with Islam. Big time. Yes. Yes.
Self-image and so forth. Are you using small s?
We can get into this a lot more this evening in terms of the plumbing. What it goes, well, Jungian will use the large S self, the archetypal self. In the way this thing operates, that is remote. That is a very powerful, numinous entity in the personality of the individual. It's not the little s self. Now, when I say a self-object transference, I'm using little s self-object, but in contemporary psychoanalysis, if you're having, this is what a lot of the Freudians don't understand, if you're having a self-object transference, if I have a self-object transference, say, to Bob, and I've worked in his community with him, and he's a very powerful man, and I experience him as a powerful self-object male, I'm likely to be sacralizing that transference. In other words, a self-object transference is likely to be numinous. I will likely be projecting the archetypal big S self on him. You follow that? So there will be a numinous dimension to my projection on him. But that's just with the human person. Now, if I am a Shiite Muslim, and I have grown up in poverty in Egypt, and there was not very many people there for me, and I form a self-object transference to the Quran, and to Muhammad, and to Ali, and then I study what they tell me to do, I have a self-object transference with enormous power that has enormous ramifications for everything. And we're having that with all, see, that's what you saw in Waco. You had self-object transferences to Koresh that had all this numinous power. And so this is a technical stuff in psychoanalysis now, but rather than getting less clear in terms of its implications, it's actually becoming more clear. There's more convergence now between the Freudians and the Jungians on this material. Recently, I went to a conference of Freudian psychoanalysts in New York City, and they have now discovered that in the psyche, get this, in the psyche is a blueprint, an inherited blueprint for the unfolding of the little s self. It is a blueprint which exists prior to personal experience, and the way they say, it's like, well, there's this blueprint for a house, and it's given in schemas in a code. And what the individual has to do is to understand that you have to build the house from the blueprint. Well, my wife and I are sitting there, both of us Jungians, and we've studied this material that they are working on so long, and we think it's wonderful material. We look at each other, totally incredulous. These people are Jungians. And they have not studied enough Jung to even notice it. But we talked to some of the leading Freudian psychoanalysts in New York City at the break and pointed this out to them, and we discovered that many of the leading Freudian analysts now have had Jungian analyses. Well, shocked us terribly. Okay, back here.
You're talking about fundamentalists. Don
Yes.
Wells, I want to raise another issue.
All right.
In the mainline denominations, we have had warfare on the ordination of gays and lesbians.
Yes.
It seems like that's a warrior mentality, that one side is battling the war of social injustice,
Yes.
the other side is battling the war of immorality.
Yes.
Does that dynamic seem to make sense?
Yeah, he's raising, for the tape, he's raising the issue about the conflict going on in the, what we call mainline denominations about ordination of homosexuals, and saying that both sides are into a sort of a warrior place. And I think that's right. And, of course, when you're in a warrior place, as we will see tonight when I'm mapping this stuff out, you don't get into ideas of how you can be inclusive. I mean, because your call, the mission, your own, is everything. And so the definition of the mission will be such that it will take priority over everything. And if there is not enough energy of inclusive caring, then there will be a tendency to demonize the other and not find the ways in which common cause can be made and so forth and so on. So you will see that. That happens on a lot of issues in the mainline churches. But what is important for us to understand in terms of this geography of the psyche in this apocalyptic context is that that particular kind of libido, I think, as I'll say tonight, I think that there are four, not one kind of libido, there's not two kinds of libido, there are four kinds of libido. That they correspond to the mythic four quarters. And in my view, it is related to typology, but it is not typology. What I have discovered in my own research is that there is a line, when I was doing my research, I didn't know there was a tradition in Jungian thought that I really fit into, and it was only later that I found that other people earlier had been working on this thing that I have developed. And so the line of work that comes into my work from Jung comes through Tony Wolff, Edward Whitmont to me. And I didn't know that existed until recently, and that is the idea that there are deep structures that are not typology, that are quadrated. There's a fourfold structuring in the unconscious that relates to four kinds of libido, four kinds of experience of space, four kinds of experience of time. These things, if there's going to be cohesiveness in the self, and I will argue tonight and tomorrow, if there's going to be cosmos and not chaos in society, these energies have to be balanced. When they're not balanced, you get all kinds of forms of social and personal pathology. And whenever that warrior energy gets cranked up and is not balanced, you get Serbia. What you're seeing in Serbia is classic constellation of this righteous warrior stuff on all sides. And the interesting thing about it is, it doesn't care about anything except winning. And it will destroy the village to save it. It has no empathy. The warrior archetype has got a lot of things, but empathy it does not have. And that's the thing that you see in this apocalyptic fantasy. If you get someone who's possessed by this, they are on automatic fire. I like to say their psyche is operating on full automatic, and they have no empathy for anything that does not serve the mission. Yes?
You mentioned that alcohol and tobacco people were ill advised when they went in with the tank.
The ATF people, yes.
Given everything you're saying, these guys already have the gasoline ready to light inside. Do you think anything else would have stopped them from lighting the match?
Well, see, there's a long story behind that that's not been told, that's been suppressed. And I don't want to spend all our time this afternoon except to say this. When this thing got started in Waco, I called the FBI, and I said to them, I hope you're talking to some of my colleagues that understand this phenomenon, because this is a phenomenon that many of us have studied for a long time. We can help you deal with this rationally. And I gave them names, phone numbers. There's only a handful of us in the country that are experts on this. They did not call any of them. Now that is arrogance. That's the arrogance of power. Those children are dead today very likely because of the arrogance of power. If you know what I know and what anybody that studied this knows about paranoid personality types, you don't roll out a tank. What you do is you retreat back, you stop the piping of enormously loud rock and roll music, you turn off the lights, you establish a perimeter, you put up monitoring posts, you tell them that you're waiting for their delegation to negotiate when we'll get the children out, so forth and so on. You go into elaborate things about negotiations. So in other words, that's a long, long story. We're going to have a special session on that at the American Academy of Religion, in which all of the abuse of power by the American government with regard to that situation will be put on the record. Now, it will not have any effect because there's a massive cover-up on this. And, you know, there are a lot of us that like Janet Reno. And so there's not a great surge of energy wanting her to take responsibility for how much this was an abuse of civil rights. But so I don't anticipate anything really positive happening out of this, but what we need to understand is that when one group of persons gets into an apocalyptic fantasy, what does it tend to do to the opposing side? Puts them into it. They become inhuman too. So this is an important lesson for us to learn in dealing with this in every place in our society. Whenever you get these escalating sides, somebody needs to take a mediating position. There's got to be somebody playing king-queen. Because if there's nobody playing king-queen, it's going to escalate. There's not anything else for it to do but escalate when you've got these opposing righteous warriors. Right? It just goes right out the top. We'll get that more, you'll be able to see that more clearly tonight. Those of you that studied my work probably already have a sense of the way this operates. But it's my view that this stuff is actually very clearly structured. Once you understand the way it's structured, you can predict how these kinds of things are going to go. And it's researchable, too, empirically. It's just that we haven't had the money to do it. Yeah.
Jim Sturgeon,
Yeah, Jim.
Nashville, Tennessee. This morning you said some things about how the apocalyptic fantasy and the Muslim tradition provided some explanation for the Gulf War and for some other things. I wonder if you, with the benefit of hindsight now and some 20 years to think about it, would say something about the mythological underpinnings of the Vietnam experience.
Well, he's asking about the possible mythological underpinnings of the Vietnam experience. I think that, you could do a lot with that if you had time and did some scholarship on the psyches of Lyndon Johnson. There's been some really good scholarship on Lyndon Johnson in recent decades, really excellent biographical studies. And Lyndon Johnson, for all the good things he did, was an incredibly narcissistic man. In terms of contemporary psychoanalysis, you would not say that he had a very cohesive, mature self-structure. And when a person is that narcissistic, they tend to become extremely vulnerable to narcissistic insults. And so when you have a lot of power and you get narcissistic insults of various kinds, like people not doing what you tell them to do. That's a narcissistic insult. Then, if you have a lot of power, you can act out. You can just send the B-52s. And then if they still don't do what you tell them to do, you can send more B-52s. And it doesn't occur to you that this is not what it appears to you. And so the capacity, see, one of the rules is if you're real narcissistic and you get into a kind of a narcissistic rage place because somebody didn't do what you told them to do, you're not very open to information that contradicts what you're doing. You know the old thing about the king killing the messenger that brings the bad news? That's what happens with leaders. And so you get this phenomenon where the leader is locked on to a course and does not entertain information that counters his lock on. And that's where I think you can do. There were all kinds of indications that things were not going to go well militarily without vast changes in policy. And so there, you could do a lot with that. You could do it with the Korean War, and MacArthur and the Korean War. Douglas MacArthur, I study a lot of history. I mean, if you want to see a person that's really into this apocalyptic myth, Douglas MacArthur was in it almost all his life. And why do you think the division he headed in the World War I was called the Rainbow Division? Because he was in a myth. It wasn't because he was just from all the states. So, I mean, you can do this kind of thing. It's very important for our species. I mean, if we're going to live together on this very small planet with all these nukes, we're going to have to get to where we understand this power of this righteous warrior phenomenon and embody it in sort of related humane ways. I mean, I think there's a place for the righteous warrior in the world, but I mean, it's got to be really very awake, very conscious. So, I mean, you could write books on that. Maybe you'll write a book on that someday. I mean, but it is a worthy topic and not been looked at much. You see, the very people that study this stuff in the war colleges and things are not people that know Jungian psychology. Yes.
Don Saunders, I wonder if you would comment on the rise of nationalism. You mentioned Serbia and all the ethnic cleansing. It seems to me that from what you said, it might fit right into the narcissism and self-obsession.
Yes, absolutely. What a wonderful question. I mean, these are things that are very, very important. Let me just restate for the tape. Don's saying, well, what about nationalism in relationship to this narcissistic needs and self-object transferences? There's another bunch of books that could be written. And there's just not enough people working on this material. Before we leave, I'll give you some references to good books that lay this stuff out in an understandable way to get a handle on the nature of these transferences. But nationalism, see, look, when you start out, as I'll go into this tonight, when you start out with your tribe, you don't intend to build a tribe. You intend to build the divine commonwealth, the divine world, the right-ordered world. And so your cathexis as what is the ark? What is Noah's ark? It is us. We are in the ark. We Apaches. We Zulus. Now, after that, we enlarge the boat a little bit. Well, we Americans, some of us anyway, are in the boat. Some of us we want to throw overboard. But anyway, there's sort of an American ark. And then everybody else can go jump in. So you look at this, how wide is my empathy? Well, it's as wide as my narcissistic cathexis. That is, my self-object connections. If you are significant to myself, then you're in the boat. If the line of what is significant to myself runs right there, then Paul is not in the boat. And this gives us a feeling now about the task we face on earth, which is enormous. I just try to hang on to what Don is getting at here. The human task is to extend our narcissistic cathexis, to extend at least as far as our species. We talk now, about a global ethic, or Al Gore talks about a species-wide ethic. Well, he's getting at a psychological task that is enormous, but we have to face it. How do we get this narcissistic attachment widening out? Ugly fact. Here's an ugly fact. In order for the narcissistic circle to be drawn wider, you have to have better nurture. Trend. Nurture's getting worse. What does that mean? Narcissistic circle is being drawn smaller, not larger. It's now the tribe, the gang. These young gangs, kids in gangs, their self-object world is that gang. And so they cannot recognize, here I'm a young black man in Chicago, or a young Hispanic man, and I see another young black or Hispanic man, my same age, from my same town, maybe from my same state in Mexico, whatever. But you're not human. See, you're not in the boat, the ark of the self object. Now, this is our challenge. Now, we're really getting ahead of our lectures, but there is the challenge. Is there anything that can be done about that? I think there is. I think there's a lot that can be done about it, but it has to be done because we're going in the back way, Paul, and we'll get you.
Paul Freeman, Atlanta. Seems like there are two opposing forces operating. When structures break down, the need for identity is still there.
Yep.
So you've got the need for identity on the one hand, but when you don't have a way to identify, then you have the problem of idolatry coming up on the other, which is always taking a partial truth and making it the whole thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now, Paul is emphasizing the desperation of the person in the midst of chaos. Because in the midst of a chaotic situation, a person will still have the same narcissistic needs. We'll still, and understand now, I hope all of you understand when I say narcissistic needs, I'm not talking about something bad. I'm talking about something we all have, according to the last 20 years of research, we think differently about this. We all have legitimate narcissistic needs for affirmation, recognition, relationship, and sense of being significant to each other. When they say that the thing the people of the world want the most is respect, and the people have been doing work on that, the poor people of the world everywhere, what do they put top of the list? Respect. Now that's relating to this narcissistic need. And when your chaotic situation gets worse, the sense of self-esteem is enormously threatened. And then you will grab at anything because you are literally desperate. You are having fragmentation anxiety. You're in danger of terminal loss of self. Annihilation anxiety, they call it. And so that's a very significant point, and without understanding this, we cannot understand the desperation with which people act. We cannot understand the man who gets the shotgun this week and goes into the health club in San Diego and blows a bunch of people away. See, I mean, obviously this person had very limited self-object supports, and they took out one more stick. Somebody hung up on him, Somebody else insulted him. Maybe somebody scratched his car door, and it all went. And it's happening increasingly. That's bad news. Yes, see it.
Sid Collifer. Yeah, for me, I guess it's coming from my own perception, but the environmental aspects of the apocalyptic fantasy. And for me, I really look at it, you're talking about expanding the ark. Well, then you're talking about expanding the ark way beyond what most people are even considering expanding the ark, in order for us to have a planet in which to do our work as human beings. So how does that work into?
Okay, that's a very important comment. Sid is saying that if you think about the ecological crisis, then that escalates the situation. And he's absolutely right. And I think you get a sense of what our challenge is, because you see, if your psyche is not fairly cohesive, if it's not good enough cohesive, then you cannot extend your empathic concern very far at all, and you're sure not going to get it to the whales or the so-and-so owls. And it's amazing how many people can't even get it to the old-growth forest. You know, it's amazing how many people have no emotional response whatsoever to clear-cutting of old-growth forest. But they don't. I mean, the fact is. And what you got to see there is how narrow the circle of empathy is. How much narcissistic self-involvement is there out of desperation. That's a desperate move. And rather than our getting into this unconscious moralistic thing that people get into about that, what we have to see is the plight of the self in our world. We have been wholesalely creating selves that have so little spiritual and relational supports that they cannot extend that range of caring to the environment. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I have kids to support. And what we've got to do is to see the challenge here, see. I mean, like, it's big. It's a big challenge, because we've got all these environmentalists that don't give a damn about the logger and his kids. They don't extend their narcissistic investment to him at all. Kill a logger, save the whales. There's a lot of that now. A lot of my friends have. Yes, sir, it sure is. And so that's a very important point, and we can get into that more tonight. But you're really right. And now you get a... See, now, we're in a spirituality conference. Let's be clear about where this plugs in, because if you do not have some of these mystics helping you, then it's unlikely that circuit in your psyche is going to open up, because it is a lot of the mystics that can help us open up the part of our psyche that feels one with the world. That's love. And that, see, you got to... My sense of this is that everybody's hardwired for the capacity to do that. This is not something that's not in these folks, that we have not enabled them to connect with that. And so that's why some of you, there was someone here from Athens. Where are you? The person from Athens, right here. She's from Athens, Georgia, where one of my favorite people in all the world lives, who is a great poet, Coleman Barks. And if you got somebody that's really out of touch with their heart and with the beauty of the world, you just, very simple. What you do is you get them audio tapes of Coleman Barks reading Rumi. And especially if you're a Southerner, because, I mean, Coleman has this wonderful Southern accent, you know, and when he speaks Rumi, it comes out. I know that's the way Rumi really sounded. But anyway, Rumi was a lover mystic, a mystic that had a sense of this incredible love and incredible interconnection of things. And if you spend a little time with Rumi, pretty soon it'll start melting down all this shell. And it will evoke these places in the soul that care about other people. And we have to get really sophisticated. Street magic of all this. In other words, we got to understand that we can't just send them to Jungian analysis for 12 years. We don't have time for that kind of business. We've got to help them get involved in things that will open up different aspects of their selfhood and enable them to feel certain things. So that's a whole agenda. We can get into that more tonight. Some of you ladies have been awfully quiet. Now let's hear from you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Nancy Carter, and when you're talking about that kind of quality and expanding identification and honoring diversity, it makes me think that these are what the true feminine is bringing in to the picture. Is it? How does this?
Well, she's saying that she thinks that when the true feminine comes in, it brings in a lot of this kind of energy, and I would have to agree that that's the case because of the way in which my sense is that the feminine is very deeply connected to the body and to world, and indeed in ways that it's not that I believe. I'm not one of those that believes that men get all their ability in these things from the feminine or from men. I mean, from women at all. I think that men have their own experience of these things, but I do believe that the feminine has visions into this that are different from, and in some ways much richer than masculine experience of this type of thing. And I think it's related to our sociobiological evolutionary heritage. And we can get into that more later. But I think that you're right that when the feminine comes in, that sense of the connectedness, as Catherine Keller says in her book, the web of connection is a very deep feminine understanding. And now you have to understand, though, there are many leading feminists who are all warrior. And they have contempt for women who are into the body and all this sort of thing and are trying to shame them out of a puritanical place. So it's not that all women are this way. The archetypal feminine, though, which is what you're talking about, the deep archetypal feminine, includes both the warrior feminine who defends that which is worthy of defense and yet has the capacity to really feel the connection of all the worlds, And that's what the mystics, the nature mystics, had a sense for. Yes, back here. Say your name, please.
Martina Linehan. And following the discussion that you were having previous to this, I would like to know what your reflections might be regarding church as institution.
Yes. What are my reflections about church as an institution? Yes, along these lines. Well, I lose about $50,000 a year by teaching in a theological seminary. And so, obviously, I think that the institutional church is very important because I think that trying to help the institutional church to be as effective as it can be in the world is an important task. I, in fact, think that enormous amounts of wonderful work is being done by the institutional church in all these areas. And so I'm not one of those people who glibly, there's a lot of glibness around, these things that roll off the tongue. The institutional church is not doing anything. Well, I don't know where they've been, but there's an enormous amount of wonderful work being done in the institutional church. However, there's a danger of the institutional churches to turn Christianity into another tribe. It's a very important problem. This is even true in the so-called liberal or mainline churches. They tend to define people of God as Christian. Now, this is a severe political and ethical and moral problem that very few of them want to actually address carefully. Because, you see, if they studied the mythology around this stuff, as we'll see tonight, if they studied what the myth underlying inclusive caring is, it's king and queen myth. And underneath the concept of the Messiah is the true king, and if you put it in gender language, it would be the true king and queen issue. And that is Lord of all, not of the Christians. And therefore the Good Shepherd is the Good Shepherd of all. And it's a real difficult thing for the church to get clear about its relationship with other folk on the world. And this is a problem that is related to this mythological thing. It's not an impossible task at all. And you don't have to say, I'll often have people say to me, well, what are you, a Unitarian Universalist? Well, I've been called worse things. But you know, I think you can be a person coming right out of the early church fathers, right out of patristics, right out of patristic theology, and get past that tribalism. So that's a big issue. And there are lots of other things. I just want to say this. The church has a lot of homework to do as the institutional church in terms of thinking about what its mission is now. There's a lot of fuzziness about that. I think that it's very interesting to me, and I think it's archetypally related. I think there are not enough people that understand what mission is in the leadership. That is, what a mission is, what a strategy is. And if you have people that think that a church is a seminar, well, then you're not going to have a sense of mission. And a lot of our churches are operating on an academic model, and that's devastating. If you want to know a church that I think is a good model for all churches, Trinity United Church of Christ in Chicago on the south side, 95th Street. It's a primarily African-American church run by Jeremiah Wright, pastor. If you're ever in Chicago, you got to go. It's probably the most alive church in the country. It's Trinity United Church of Christ. It's an African-American congregation. And if I'm out in my city and there's a person in need, I can send them to that church. Whatever their problem is, I can send them to that church. They have got something for a person. You know, they have built an incredible, inclusively caring congregation. So there are people that are really doing it big time in a wonderful way out there, and I think that's the main thing we need to say. But we need to say we've got to have the church get really a sense about the dimensions of what we're dealing with and really get actively involved. And here's a little aside. They have to decide that men might have something important to do in this. What has happened in the last 30 years is that the churches have not really done a very effective job of involving men in ministry. And that has to be addressed as to why that is. And they're not doing that. And what they do is try to caricature and insult those of us that are trying to address that question. Other folks that had your hands up. Anybody? Right here.
The mythology of our more traditional psychology is breaking down. It concerns me to see how more and more therapists and clients are vulnerable to things like diagnosing quickly MPD and past lives, and channeling, ritual abuse, false memory syndrome. And you have any thoughts about that?
Whoa. This guy's sitting over here throwing hard balls across the plate. Well, for the tape, he's raising a question, Paul is raising a question about something on the collective sphere, actually, aren't you? You're saying that there's some kind of contagion going on among therapists. Boy, I think you're right, and it's very hard to deal with, because I have people call me up all the time, you know, say, Robert, I want to get you involved in my ritual abuse program, or my contactee report program, or my multiple personality program, so forth and so on. And you know, they don't really realize they're talking to somebody that has studied cults for 20-something years. And when I hear something that's got all the marks of a cult, it goes, bing, cult. And so what do we find? Well, we find that a person that gets involved in one of this, PhD psychologist, psychiatrist, it doesn't matter. I mean, they can be highly credentialed and board certified. They get into that, suddenly they're into this messianic place, and are you with us, or are you against us, Robert? If you're with us, we'll get you your 9mm to protect yourself. I'm not kidding you. So it's like there's a paranoid subtext that I think is related to the messianic theme. It's not that there's not ritual abuse that occurs. Obviously, there is ritual abuse that occurs, and if you're a Jungian, you always believed in multiple personalities. It's just that everybody in this room is a multiple personality disorder. Not quite so, yeah, right. Not quite so literally, but then again, if you have a good education, you don't take anything so literally. And I think the problem with a lot of our mental health professionals is that they don't have a good education these days. And therefore they haven't studied anything but A, B, and C pharmacology, and therefore they don't know that these things have mythic patterns that have all sorts of other interdisciplinary dimensions. And so they're so easily possessed by these archetypal patterns that they're not familiar with. And so it's a big practical problem to know what to do about this because for example, one of my young therapist friends called me up and says, Robert, I got this right. It's one of these ritual abuse cases, and now this person is telling me how I must treat him and it's a therapist that he's treating. And if you don't treat me in this particular way, then what's the next step? Well, you're probably a part of the group. You're the enemy. So it's a big problem, and you got to have a sense for these archetypal loads that get on things. And see how hard it is because, you don't want to say, no, this person wasn't ritually abused, because it does occur. There was an occurrence in my hometown, my little rural southern hometown. That, I know the police officers that investigated it. I know them personally. And some of them were married to some of my family members, so I know these people from, when they tell me that this so-and-so happened and they did the investigation on it, and listen, it happened. And so it does happen. It's just that people that don't know these archetypal patterns, it can suddenly take over their whole functioning, and suddenly instead of 1% of this population is happening to, suddenly that's all the practice these people do. Their whole practice, the entire practice is this stuff. That's contagion. That's hysterical contagion. And it's, Jung always emphasized that, He said the unconscious is contagious. And so you got to always be alert to the contagion that occurs. Anybody else? Yes. Cult. Well, that's a hard one. Usually a cult these days means any small religious group that I don't like. That's what it's gotten to now. And so what we're in a situation where there are all these small religious groups around that get called a cult. And when I use that in terms of a psychological point of view, what I'm referring to is a situation in which you've got a situation like Koresh, where he is really into a paranoid fantasy, and he has a large amount of control over the people. That's a cult-like phenomenon, and it's a serious phenomenon. But just because a person is in a small religious group, we've got to be careful about civil liberties in our country and not take the tanks and go in there. Even if it is a cult, you don't get the tanks out. See, is my view. The best resources on that, you can look at the book, The Cult Experience, that Gordon Melton and I did some years ago. And then Gordon Melton has a lot of other books he's written on this topic since, if you're interested in that. Yes, Ed?
Yeah, just since we're talking about all of the apocalyptic fantasies and the like, what do you think? Do you believe that it is becoming as inevitable as people are saying? Is this becoming such a fulfilling prophecy, a self-fulfilling prophecy, that we can't turn back? That's the question that, for me, on an objective reality.
Yeah, it's an objective reality question. And he's raising the question about, well, just how real is this situation and how much is the fantasy creating it? See, I think there is a very reality-oriented dimension to all of this stuff. That is to say, we are in a transitional place in Earth's history. You've got to be clear about this. the time we live in is very much parallel to the time of the first century. We, in the first century, with the onset of Christianity, see, if you look at that synchronistically, Christianity wouldn't have happened anything like it happened if it hadn't been for the Roman roads. The known world had excellent highways all over it. And not only that, the Pax Romana was set up so that you could travel on those roads without getting killed. For that window of time, it didn't last long, but there was a narrow band of time there, the fullness of time, see, where this new thing was coming into the world. But if it had come in at other times, it might well not have spread at all like it did. But that's the way this synchronicity thing works. Well, this thing, when does this happen? It happens when you got the Roman roads. And then you get this incredible melding of different cultures, meeting of different cultures. I sat in a building recently in Chicago, the 100th anniversary of the World Parliament of Religion. Representatives of 125 religions under the same roof. It was a historic event. The press almost totally missed it. And what they reported about it was the fist fights between the Sikhs and the Hindus, a couple. And my response was, they didn't shoot each other. What do you think? What's the problem? It's an improvement. And they also, as somebody said, I was riding up with Boyd last night, and he says, well, they reported that the Southern Baptists didn't come. That's what they reported down here. Southern Baptists didn't come. Well, the interesting, here's 120, this is a historic event. This is a major event in world history, actually, literally. 125 representatives of 125 religions, and they're getting there not just to shoot the whatever about theology. They're meeting to discuss the world future and what they can do together to cooperate on the problems that face the human species. Now, they always told me that couldn't happen. Here they are actually sitting in a room talking. I had a session which we had, my little Institute for World Spirituality sponsored a symposia in which we had Muslims and Jews and Christians from the Mideast, and Muslims and Sikhs and Hindus from India, sitting down and talking about how they can work out more peaceful means of dealing with their situations in the Mideast and India. Amazing scene. And now that, if a fundamentalist with eyes to see would look at that, they'd say, this sounds a little bit like Pentecost. They'd look at that and they'd say, is this what they were talking about the new Pentecost? All these people talking and understanding each other? So there are a lot of things happening right now that indicate, see, that couldn't have happened. That thing could not have happened a very short time ago. There wouldn't be no way that could have happened. And I've recently sat in groups of people in which, I was saying at the lunch table today, people from different ethnic groups and races and sexual preferences were involved in communications over a week's time before my eyes, and I'm looking at this and listening to this, and I'm seeing the empathy for each other and the acceptance of the pain of each other, and I'm seeing love expressed by all these people of all these walks of life, different classes, different races, different religions, different sexual preferences, and I'm astounded. See, this can't possibly be happening. They told me this couldn't happen. And so I say to you, that couldn't have happened. What I saw in Mendocino, California in June could not have happened 2 years ago. So another thing's going on. I don't know how many of you read the Wall Street Journal. What? Wall Street Journal? Well, you got to understand, and synchronistically, if something big is going on in the world, you'll be able to see evidence of it in the Wall Street Journal. There'll be some things going on there that you'll be able to pick up. You got eyes to see. What do we see? There is a major push in global telecommunications now. It is revolutionary. It is mind-boggling, and the only people that cannot see it or realize what's going on are people that are overstimulated when they look at it. That's a technical phrase meaning they start getting psychotic if they think about it too much. Because we are very shortly going to enter an age of communications on Earth that makes Chardin's omega point in terms of communications, in terms of the world mind, literal reality in terms of communications. I mean, it is mind-boggling. And so even in telecommunications, in the business world, this reality is much more present in the business world than it is in the religious world. In fact, a lot of my friends in the religious world live in the 19th century. I'm sick of trying to get them into the 20th century. What we really need to do is get them into the 21st century. So just skip the 20th. I mean, you know. So in other words, we'll get more into that tonight, I mean, especially tomorrow morning, because I want to address that tomorrow morning. It's like we are in fact coming on to a new world. It is not the world that existed before. The tragedy is we still got a lot of people trying to educate people, even in psychology. You know, I go out, I was out in Pacifica recently. There's a little place called Pacifica Graduate Institute that is trying to think 21st century. And I said to those folks, I said, you know, it's nice to be with a group of people that try to be in the 21st century because most of the psychology programs are 19th and 20th century programs. And so the very people that ought to be, it's not just religion that's behind. Mental health systems are very behind. So there's a lot, we'll talk more about that, but we are on a cusp of a big difference. And we don't have very many people trying to get people to invest emotionally and spiritually in the 21st century. And this is I take it that this is relevant for this conference, because one thing we have to do really is say, well, where to from here? Is there a to from here? And there are a lot of folks out there, some of you have been saying to me, boy, there's a lot of despair around. A lot of lack of hope, that's true. It's epidemic. There are a lot of people that really don't believe there's any to from here. And I'm not one of them. Other comment, yes, back here, John.
We live on the railroad tracks going to the Trident base, Kings Bay. Been there 6 years, really 10 years, and our mode of operating in the peace movement, and we're not the peace movement, but we're a part of it, has been pretty standard prior to the end of the Cold War. It's been the direct action type of thing, including the arrest, the trials, and the jail witnessing, which we think had its purpose and its time.
Yeah.
But we're at the point where we're kind of like the Pentagon now. We kind of lost our object out there, you know. And
where is my enemy now?
which is okay, you know.
Well, that's a problem, though.
But we are trying to find new ways for the peace movement to operate in the new climate. And we're having problems coming up with new modes. So I don't know whether you have any thoughts on that. Your discussion today was helpful, on the archetypal basis for a lot of the stuff. We're not that familiar with it, Martina and myself, although that's why we're at the conference. So we're hoping to find some insights that might help for the new mode of peace people operating.
I think there's a lot of work to do, so you're afraid you can't retire yet. It's like he's asking about the future of the peace movement. It's like, well, for one thing, we've got to have a lot of leadership. See, one thing you could do if you just did just one thing, it would be enormously useful, and that is to really develop an information network to keep people apprised of the incredible trade in armaments, it's growing now, not getting worse, it's growing. You see the news about the Israeli-China arms deal? And we have to have groups like yours that press monitoring agencies actually to do their work in monitoring the spread of nuclear materials from Russia. They just recently discovered that Russia had twice as much plutonium stockpiled as our intelligence thought. We've discovered how bad our intelligence was. Once again, there's a lot of things that relate to that, but some of the critical issues are tracking that plutonium and getting international agencies actually to do the work they're supposed to be doing about that, because we have a very, very, very short time now to try to limit the availability of that plutonium to terrorist groups. Now, that's a peace movement issue, and it's something that, there's an old saying among businessmen. Is relevant here. Do not expect what you don't inspect. So the peace movement could do an incredible thing with an inspection, helping the inspection function on this, and also mobilizing people that ought to be dealing with this. So that's a big, big task. The other thing, paradoxically, is to pick up and make common cause with some of the feminists on the situation in our military with regard to women, and the situation with regard to the moral imbecility of our war colleges. What is going on when the officer corps of the U.S. Navy has created a generation of young officers that think it's a manly thing to do to sexually harass fellow female officers at tailhook? Now, this is an example of how incredibly incompetent, in terms of understanding warrior values, our military colleges are. So one of the things the peace movement could do would be to try, it's paradoxical, to try to get your military to understand the positive role of the warrior. There are positive roles of the warrior that even a committed peace person could demand that they talk about in the war colleges, and they don't do it. So there are lots of things to be said about that, but I mean, we're not going to run out of important tasks for you and your group. I think we can talk more about that later. Others, see, how are we doing? We've got what? Another 10 minutes? Yes, back here, and then you, Marjorie.
The correlation between the battlefield sacrifice that man has and the rape of women. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Say that again, the first part.
The correlation between the battlefield sacrifice of men, where the phallus is penetrating his body,
yes,
and then the rape of women.
Yes. Well, I think it's important to understand, first of all, what an enormous problem this whole rape phenomenon is, and to understand that this is the prevalence of rape is a direct expression of our failure with young males to help them understand anything about mature masculinity. And when the male aggression is not integrated into a cohesive self-structure, then it will get very confused in an unconscious and compulsive way with other lines in his psyche. In other words, the line of aggression, if it's not really very well developed, will pick up and mix at low levels of functioning with erotic contents. And you get sadomasochistic behavior as an emergence. You have to ask, why is there so much sadomasochism among males? It's very simple. Because they have never had anybody work with them in getting their aggression conscious and integrated. And you say, well, does this mean that our fraternities are failing? Yep. Total failures. Does this mean that our sports programs are failing? Is the fact that a young woman on a college campus is in more danger in a frat house or in the sports dorm than she is practically anyplace else on campus of being raped? Well, does this mean that we're doing much of a job in educating young men about manhood? It means that we're flunking. So the sacrifice of the soldier on the battlefield, that is an expression of the warrior's commitment to the mission he deems worthy. Now, the other thing we got to say about the warrior is that particular aspect of the male soul is not very smart. It often gives allegiance to unworthy lords. And so there are many battles for which wonderful young men have died. That's why I want you to see Gettysburg, I'm a Southerner. I come from a long line of slaveholders and Confederate officers. And a lot of my forebears fought valiantly, courageously, gave the supreme sacrifice for a wrong cause. And that is a story that's written. Our whole history as a planet is replete with males with great valor serving the Darth Vaders of the world. So there's a tie, but just because there's a sacrifice on the battlefield doesn't mean that the generals ever had a warrior initiation. In Vietnam, there were officers that ordered our young men to go in and kill every man, woman, and child in villages. And if you talk to your Vietnam vets, one of the reasons that of the homeless people in this country, a huge percentage of them is Vietnam vets, one of the reasons that exists is because the persona needs of us as a people, we do not want to hear. We do not want to know what our officer corps ordered our young men to do. Robert Bly has this line, and he says, America has not grieved its tragedies. And we start off and we say, Robert likes to say, America has not grieved Vietnam, and that's absolutely right. The reason we haven't grieved Vietnam is because we are not willing to face the shadow of how many wonderful young men we sent in to do acts, officers ordering them to do things that were clearly atrocities. And but now I'm a Southerner. When that comes up, Robert says that to me. I say, friends, Gettysburg was never grieved in this country, really. We have never faced up to the Civil War. We have never, ever really looked adequately at what happened to us as people.
And now we're having illnesses manifested coming out of Desert Storm.
Yeah,
everybody's surprised, and they don't know what to do about those kinds of reactions.
And he's saying that, and now we're having all these illnesses coming out of Desert Storm, and see, we've got the similar thing going on again. We want to make out like all that blood in Gettysburg is over. But until that's grieved, honestly, one of my fantasies is, and a lot of us have this, we want to have a conference in Gettysburg soon of men, and we want to get black men and Southern men, descendants of the men that fought there, and Northern men, descendants of the men that fought there, and we want to go there and be honest about how sad, how tragic that this had to be this way was. And until that kind of thing is dealt with, we won't begin to heal the collective psyche in this country. And that's not to say Vietnam. I mean, that's the whole thing. Yes.
I just wondered if that isn't also true about grieving what we did to the Native Americans.
That's another big. See now I'm getting overstimulated and overwhelmed now. See. Because you bring that one up, and I was just with a group of people in Minnesota recently, And there was this Native American there who felt for the first time trusting enough of these other people to begin to speak about what he felt about what had happened to his people and him. And the men sat in the room. Now get this now. This is something about what we have to do. The men sat in the room as he walked outside the room and sat on the steps and wept for hours. He wanted to go out and he wanted to sit and weep. And they sat and they listened to his tears. Now see, a lot of us would want to go New Age types, you know. Well, let's give you a hug. See? No. You need to listen to my tears. See? And not fix it. See, we always run to fix it. See, well, you can't fix that. You got to see it. You got to hear it. See, this is the thing that's hard for us. We can't hear each other's pain long enough for it to change anything. But now that's on the agenda. See, that's on the agenda. We've got a lot of stuff on the agenda. Now, what kind of a person is it that can begin to deal with that kind of grieving? Well, it has to have some cohesiveness in the self. And the group of people have got to have a certain level of trust. It doesn't have to be perfect, though, I'll guarantee you, because I've seen some wonderful things happen between gay men and straight men. Similar grief. Between black men and white men. And so forth. Recently. And so, well, you know, you can go on and on about this forever, but we have so much work like this, and see what, let's go back to Desert Storm. The American people bought the government's management of the news. The churches bought it. You did not hear the Methodist bishops. Now, look, we got this big Methodist bishop, the Council of Bishops, you know. I'm a Methodist, I can talk, see. You know, we're moral leaders. But, you know, if they had really been all that moral leaders, they would have surrounded the White House, and they'd say, hey, what is this management of the news like this? You know, you really believe you're going to be able to make out like the American people don't have any right to know about any of this stuff? See, and now that didn't happen, and see, I talked to the journalists that were there. The Life magazine journalist, they were interviewing me about some other stuff, and I said, by the way, why didn't you have more on the war? He said, well, as a matter of fact, we had it ready to go, and it came from upstairs. You're not printing this stuff. So we have not seen the Gulf War. See? And now the psyche knows it, though. What we know is that the psyche, that's in the psyche, and those young soldiers know. See? So this is a big issue, the whole issue of grief. Whatever you think, see, it's not a matter of left or right or this political view, that political view. What you got to understand is when 200,000 people are killed, the wisdom of indigenous peoples of the earth is, you got to grieve this. You have to face what happened. You have to deal with this. This is a soul issue. Yes. Okay, we're running out of time. Talking with you.